Hello, I am presumably audible. Hi everyone. Tonight we're going to go over the game Werewolf the Apocalypse, Heart of Darkness. Now this is a game I played about an hour of before. I got it gifted to me from a friend from a while ago. Here's what I know about it. It's a game about, you're in I think it's some Eastern Europe dingy rundown area, and you kind of realize you're a werewolf, and it takes place in the same world as the Masquerade, like Vampire Masquerade series. So that's what that's about. Also, hello to everybody. I have been very well since my last upload. It's been a while, but it's nice to see everybody again. I'm sure a lot of other people will come in soon. In the meantime, I am going to check to make sure. Is my audio levels alright? Well, I mean, anybody can answer and backseat if the audio levels aren't proper. I have to actually turn the game audio on in order for that to be even something that people can finesse. This is going to be mostly a reading, like, visual novel type game. It should be somewhere within the ballpark of about 3 hours. I will take a break if I have to. What else is to be said? Oh yeah, I played an hour of this before, so I know I'm gonna enjoy it. I think it's a nice, peaceable return to stream entertainment. I might not be talking to the chat too much in this venture, but I will keep an eye on it and find an appropriate time to read out comments. I will probably never be doing the thing where you have the comments like seeable on the screen, because I just think that that's just not really the type of practice I want to functionally do. You're always allowed and free to re-upload anything that I post, in terms of as far as that goes. And without further ado, we should start. This is a game about rage and how it helps us do things that need to be done, as well as things that we later regret. Sometimes both. How do you feel about that? Well, okay, so I am going to answer these questions from the perspective of just playing a character and not my actual real life relationship with this stuff. I think I want to be kind of a bit of a punch drunk character in the game. I wouldn't say that I'm personally very angry in real life, but other people could argue with that. I just don't want this to be a self-prognosis thing. I know myself pretty well, and I don't want to, like, this is not one of those things where I'm going to be like, oh, I'm going to treat this like a personality test. Anyway, I'm going to say I'm always angry. Your rage is high. So you're the inspired warrior type. That's okay, there's no right path here. Just your decisions and their consequences. Let's start already. We have a story to tell. The woods are full of stars. They flicker, come closer, run away. They want me to chase them, to play hide and seek. It's always good to observe before you hunt, I think, so I want to go with that option. They flicker, come closer, run away. They want me to chase them, to play hide and seek. I watched as they danced around the tree trunks, float up on the gusts of wind that shiver through the branches, disappear among the leaves. There are words in their distance, but I don't understand them. Not yet. Then, they bunch up and fly towards me like an arrow. Rushing down, they're soon upon me. But just before the spear of light pierces my breast, they disappear, and the dark of the night returns. High rage. In the darkness, I feel the tangled roots of stories keeping the forest alive. I finally catch the scent of the enemy. I jump forward, and then I wake up. Confused, I open my eyes. The forest around me is thick, dark, and reeks of decay to such an extent that it's hard to breathe. The smell fascinates me. I recognize this forest. Why am I here? I think I recognize this forest. Or actually, no, the smell fascinates me. The smell, both fascinating and repulsive, is everywhere. A memory stirs deep in my mind. Something elusive from my earliest childhood. The tree trunks, wrapping tightly in dark-leaved ivy, are covered in ripples of light. I think it's called lichen, where the vines have taken hold. The thorny, leafless bushes at their base are overrun with nettles. The fungi radiate with a ghoulish, sickly green light. Dark, sponge-like mushrooms cling to the fallen trees. I want to know what a nettle is. I'm going to look that up real quick. Sorry for that noise, by the way. That was me getting a toothpick. A nettle it's a type of flowering plant. Okay. It's like a little piece of tree grass thing. I'm cold. I know it's summer, but I feel cold. Where are my clothes? I look down and I see my hands covered in a dark substance. I'm naked. A sickly glistening film of blood is clinging to my skin. I can feel it on my face, in my hair. Blood. What's happening? I have no idea what's happening, but stories start forming in my mind. Someone has drawn strange symbols on my skin in the drying blood. Was it me? There is a severed head right in front of me. Some choices are hard to make as they strain your willpower. I wince and touch it. I'm gonna be sick. I am gonna be sick. The face is contorted, the eyes bulging, the mouth open, the tongue stuck out. It's obscene. I feel bile rising in my throat, and I start to retch, and the eyes open in the darkness. Who is it? I can see their silhouettes, shades of jet black against the darkness. They smell of fur and moss and bloodied earth. Massive creatures with horns, some with antlers. Their eyes burn like small, fiery windows into hell. I look at them, and something wakes inside me. Anger. They tell me stories of their lost battles and dying hopes, and I seethe with anger. I can feel my upper lip curl, and the long, low roar starts deep in my chest. The roar changes into song as I lead them against the enemy. In the moment of clarity, I almost understand what the forest wants from me. And then I wake up. Maya, 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 wake up. I jerked upright, irritated. My neck was stiff, and the movement sent a sudden, sharp wave of discomfort through my body. I wasn't in the forest anymore. I was in a bus. The sun streaming through the windows was making it hard to see. The girl next to me was touching my shoulder, disturbed. What happened? What happened? Overcoming the urge to push her away was hard. Overcoming your rage strains your willpower. She looked at me concerned. You were singing, I guess, in your sleep. I blinked. The memory of the dream was still there, and the overwhelming smell of the old forest. I looked outside. I was glad I wasn't home. I won't read both the choices out aloud next time. Thank you for coming with me, I said. The girl next to me smiled. I think we're almost there. Her name was Anya. We'd met a couple of weeks earlier on the orientation day. She was from Norway, a tall, broad-shouldered, calm person who wore her long hair in braids. Somehow, I managed to talk her into this crazy field trip across the land of my ancestors. She seemed excited. Anya reached into her backpack and took out 2 apples. I'm really happy we decided to come here, she said. Yeah, I said, offering her some of my kabanosi, dried meaty sausages that were much better than the original Polish ones back in the US. I was glad Anya had decided to come with me. I had problems keeping friends around and really needed one. I did some searching, she said from over her phone, and this place is amazing. The last primordial forest in Europe. Our summer language course was starting in a few weeks. I managed to talk Anya into skipping the tours of concentration camps and old churches and visiting Białowieża National Park with me instead. So far, it's beautiful, she said. But why are we here again? Why were we here? We there? This being Białowieża, Białowieża, Białowieża. Alright, I'll try saying that right. Białowieża. Alright, Białowieża. There being Białowieża, a small village in northern... Yeah, I needed a second. Mark said take your time. I needed a second to make sure I got the verbiage down. Białowieża, so that I can actually say it correctly throughout the rest of the game. You know, I don't want to like mispronounce everything all the time. I appreciate the patience with that, but yeah, expect a couple of those like linguistic, especially if they do this phonetic translation. I expect a couple times where I'm going to be sitting there and trying to like read it through and like let it sit in. Białowieża. I don't know if that's actually correct, but I'm going to pretend it is because I spent so much time trying to get it right. A small village in northeast Poland near the border with Belarus. It was famous for its national park, the very last European bison. And according to a quick web search, occasional tensions between far-right troublemakers and the local Belarusian community. The most honest answer would have been, because I've been dreaming of the forest in Białowieża since I can remember. But people didn't understand when I said things like that. I looked her in the eyes. So I'm going to lose more of my willpower if I tell her everything. So I think I'll tell her as much as I could. I wanted to see the forest. I heard it was a must. That wasn't technically a lie. When I was little, my grandfather told me stories about an ancient forest full of wonders and the wolves that lived in it. It was all I got from the part of the family before my mom took me, ran away, and cut off all contact with my dad. But I remember the stories well, and I remember the name of the forest. Puszka Białowieża. Białowiza. Pushka Białowiza. Białowiza. Pushka Białowiza. Okay, I got it. This will always be our home, my grandfather used to say. I waited for her to respond. Anya fell silent for a moment. I think it's great that you come from such a magical place, she smiled. The last ancient forest in Europe, thousands of years old. I wasn't sure if I was fond of that magic, but it was hard to ignore. And that was precisely why I needed to do something, anything, about my future. That damn forest and my weird-ass family. Excuse me for just a moment. I'm going to go get myself some more tea. I'm going to mute the audio and put on my AFK hat. Oh, 1 second. Let me just get a sip of this. It's always important to stay hydrated, but it's also important to know that it's very awkward to find the moment where it would be appropriate to drink, especially hydrating on streams or with your friends. It can be a very gross noise, so you have to sort of, I mean, some people are okay with it, but usually because they don't quite have the ASMR of sipping water down appropriately, I have to take a muted relationship with it. Yes, this is the Biawo. You fucking. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get angry. I didn't mean to. So yeah. So somebody named Fluttergale said, "Oh gosh, is this the Białowiza forest?" It's actually called Pushka Białowiza, I believe. Białowiza. I've been saying it like ska instead of ska. Białowiza. Okay, Pushka Białowiza. Yeah, it's not the Białowiza forest. It's the Pushka Białowiza. Anyway. We don't need to get hung up on this, okay? We got a whole ass game ahead of us. I don't mean to be fighting with my chat. I'm sorry, chat. I promise I will be nicer to you. I had a clear goal in mind. Yes. Well, they're on the bus right now. We're not in the Białowiza forest yet. I said Białowiza forest. What I meant to say was Pushka Białowiza. But anyway. I wasn't there by mistake. I planned this trip for months with a clear goal in mind. I had to face the forest. My dreams, my grandfather's stories, the fact my family was from there. There was just too many coincidences. The forest wanted something from me, and it was time to find out what. I never was one to sit idly by as things happened to me. Białowiza looked like an overexposed photo of a village with the contrast turned all the way up. The sun wasn't just shining, it was shouting at the earth and everything. The trees, the grass, the wooden houses, the fences seemed weathered. Everything except the shadows. They were sharp, as though they were printed with the darkest of inks. For a second, I could have sworn they moved, but then I realized that it was just a black cat walking down the sidewalk. When it saw me, it stopped in its tracks. I tried to pet it. "Here, kitty kitty," I said, squatting and reaching towards the cat. In a flash, it swatted my hand with its paw. Drawing a few drops of blood, I yelped. Hey Mia," Anya said, looking up at me. "Didn't you say your friend was going to be waiting for us?" But he wasn't there, and the cat was still staring at us. "Let's go," Anya said. Anya put on her backpack. "I'm tired, and I really, really need to find a toilet." For a moment, I was tempted to just get out of the sun and worry about my missing friend later. I stormed off. I grabbed my backpack and started walking. "I hate when people are late," I muttered under my breath. I was walking fast, and it took a while for Anya to catch up with me. Bielowiska had a few hotels and hostels, but the preferred form of accommodation was bed and breakfast. I actually noticed that I have a much higher chance to pull a spoonerism than anybody else I know. I don't think I'm dyslexic. I think I just don't know how to, my tongue keeps fighting with me sometimes, Sometimes I wonder if I should just play into it, but I feel like it would not be for a very good streaming experience to have half the sentences be spoonerized. I found one that was nice, clean, and had good reviews. We had a room on the second floor with a huge window and a great view of the forest. We dropped off our stuff and freshened up a bit. "Maybe we should have waited for your friend," Anya asked, concerned. I shrugged. "I'll find him sooner or later. Before you go, check out your character sheet. Look for it in the upper right corner of the screen. You can find a load of useful info about Maya, her background, personalities, goals, and so on. There. You can also check who your friends and who your enemies are." Oh, hell yeah, I'm gonna get so many fucking enemies in this town. I apologize for the inappropriate language. Alright, I'm Maya. I am 24 years old. I'm a student. I'm an Americant. Let's see, what else we got here? I have no bravery, no analysis, and no spiritual. And I'm actually really not witty at all. But I do inspire people. Honestly, this is actually pretty close to how I am in real life. Although I think I have slightly better analytical skills than this. But this is a pretty relevant breakdown of my capacities here as far as the personality assessment goes. I'm healthy. The goal is to understand what connects you to the forest. Pursue to regain willpower. Alright, I got sympathetic Anya, and I have family, but it's it's a complicated family thing. Is there anything else that I have? Okay, Maya is me, so I don't have any info on... So the info I have on everybody else is going to be very Oh, no, it isn't. Okay, Anya. Maya's friend from university. She came from Norway. A tall, calm person who wore her hair in braids. An activist. Oh shit, we got an activist friend. That's cool. But I had other things in mind. Oh, it also just said it was a tourist town, by the way. I had a clear goal in mind. The forest was calling me, and I was ready to answer the call. Anya went with you. I'm gonna go to the forest then. Fuck it. I mean, let's just get right away with it. It was in... I'm gonna actually... can I turn off the... Can I turn off the achievement? Did the achievement noise actually activate on y'all's end, by the way? Because I think I want to keep the achievement noises off. I'm not exactly sure how to do that in the middle of this game, but I will remember to do that for the next time that I like play Steam games, because I really don't like the little. I don't like. I would be straight up with you. I don't like achievements point blank. I think they overguide too much of like what the player should do. Obviously, I didn't look at them before I started playing, but I don't like the whole like, good job, you made a choice in a game. It's just really annoying. It's like, at least ebb that stuff inside the game properly. Don't just make it like something that is like an ego boost for me. Like, I really don't need it, and it distracts me a lot of the time. That's my own sort of like hot take when it comes to that stuff. I think achievement hunting, it can be very corrosive. Sometimes it can be good, but for the most part, I think it's just kind of a corrosive addition. And I wish most games at least install the achievements inside the game proper. For instance, this is what like Peggle does. I mean, I'm a big Peggler, so like that's just gonna come up, but I can't think of too many others. Whenever you do something in like, I mean, like a lot of the casual games got that right, I think, but I just, achievements gross me out, and I have to remember next time to turn that off when I'm playing a Steam game. I'm not gonna worry about it now because I think I have to reset the game in order to do that, and I don't really want to like go out here and reset it. Anyway, with that aside, I don't know if I read this part yet, so I'm gonna reread. It was dark in the woods, dark, humid, and chilly. The leaves didn't let through a lot of the sunlight. Not Danielle looked at Anya and me over his shoulder. How do you like it here? We met maybe 20 minutes earlier. Anya had Googled local guides, and he was apparently the best person to go if you wanted to see the forest. So I found him, and now here we were. He was a strange one. Daniel was a strange guy, slender but muscular. Not the CrossFit type. It's more kind of a strength that you get from working all day long in the open. His skin was weather-beaten and bronzed by the sun, like tanned leather, and he moved in a very deliberate way. But his fingers were slim and delicate, and his eyes were the strangest shade of yellow-green. So, he repeated, how do you like her? I wasn't sure whom he meant. Do you mean the forest? I asked. Polish was a strange language that gave the most unexpected genders to objects and ideas. I mean pushka. He gestured around us. The words sounded like the wind rustling in the leaves. Pushka. Pushka is the right word, not forest. Forests are like fields or orchards, cultivated. He spat as he said it. And Pushka, she is older than even the concept of fields. He was using the word as though it was a name. Photogirl asks, do you mean in-game achievements like Kirby Air Ride 2? I haven't played Kirby Air Ride in a long time. I only really remember that as a game that I played like a couple times on the GameCube with my friends, and it was never the racing section. It was always like destroying into the city and stuff. But if it's like an in-game achievement proper, it's less odious because it's like something that I can actually think about as an in-game textual thing. But I think the problem is less that the Steam games and like those other external achievements, they're not a problem in their own right. They're a problem because of the fact they feel like their only purpose is serving like a social media bias. They're not on like full on social media, but it's the idea of like trophy hunting and like increasing your G score and like adding your favorite achievements to your profile to like brag and stuff. I really don't think, unless you're playing a competitive game, that gaming as a forum should be like that competitive and that obsessed with running your numbers up and getting like everything done. I think that is a corrosive way to look at games. I think if it's inside the game proper, it's more respectable, but even then, I think it should be done cautiously. I can't speak directly on the Kirby Air Ride situation, as I haven't played that game seriously in over 10 years. Sorry, I just knocked something over. Luckily, not the water. Fluttergale has mentioned that the Xbox time was completionist because of the fact that they hosted tournaments all the time. Yeah, that makes sense to me, but I still think I just don't think that was healthy. I mean, we already know that the Xbox itself as a console, I know this, I don't know if anybody else knows this, was popularized as sort of a military American sort of console, so it had a whole bunch of that more militaristic propagandistic element for which of the games was put forward and such. No need to really get into this, but yeah, early Melee is cool and all the tournaments themselves are fine, but I don't like it when it's gamified into long-term marathon trophy hunting. And I think trophy hunting, maybe it had its place at some point in history, but it's been kind of stripped out by speedruns. You might even say speedruns can only account for a certain type of thing, but then I mean there's speedruns that are so long they're basically marathons, right? So yeah, Xbox was definitely the source of trophy hunting, as Fluttergale points out. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Xbox, so I mean, it comes to reason that I wouldn't be a fan of achievements, period. Like I said, next time I'll turn that off. Daughter of Darkness, nice to see you. They said that this is the real Haunted Mound, and yeah, I really like this. The visuals so far, they're very ominous. They're they have this scrapbook style that I really appreciate. Anyway, I looked at the pushka again. I looked around with fresh eyes. I felt as though I entered the ancient hall where warriors took their stories. The trees stretched forward. The trees stretched towards the sky like columns holding up the vaulted canopy, which blocked out all but a few rays of sunlight. Gigantic fallen trunks were decomposing slowly around me, with young plants and colorful mushrooms sprouting from them. I tried to guess their age. Some looked like they'd been there since the Europeans had sailed to the Americas. What stories could they tell? It was alien. It seems, I don't know, alien. I shrugged. The instant I said it, I heard a low growl. It took me a second to realize it was him. You're stupid. This is nature. It's your home too. I told him to chill. What's your fucking problem? I spat. You disrespected Pushka, he answered, his voice sounding more like a growl than human speech. Just apologize. Damn, he was scary. I looked at the trees and non-committally nodded my head. Then I remembered why I was here. I told him that I dreamed about the forest. There's a special reason I'm interested in the forest, I admitted. I'm not from here, I continued, but I think something secret connects me to this place. I dreamed about the forest a lot. Daniel stopped abruptly and turned to me, watching me for a while. His nostrils flared as though he were tasting the air. Yes, I recognize you. He bared his teeth in disgust. Your forefathers left no friends here, and Pushka still remembers. Come on. He started walking. I know exactly what you need to see. That piqued my interest. So I was right. There was something hidden in my family's past. It seemed a lot to do with the forest. Alright, that's cool. I'm not going to read that out. With every step, I was getting closer to solving the mystery. So I followed him. Well, we have to choose a path, he said. There's the old wolf den, or I can show you the barrows first, or perhaps some clearing that some folks call the place of power. Fluttergale asks if this is the world of darkness. I would say that this is called the Heart of the Forest is the game, but I don't. Oh, if you just mean that it's a world of darkness, probably, but I probably shouldn't speculate too much about the area. Both in the game and in real life, I am unfortunately an American, so I would be doing myself a disservice by speculating on other people's land, you know? This is part of Vampire the Masquerade. Like, it's part of that same series of game, you know, that same world, right? So, yes, to answer your question, Photogale, this is part of the Vampire the Masquerade series. We started walking, but after a few steps, he stopped abruptly, like he'd remembered something. Then, he turned to me. Could you do me a favor, please? It depended. I don't know, I said slowly. Why don't you tell me what you want first? He rained his hand through a moss on a dead tree trunk, smelled his fingers, and then reached into his pocket. He took out a small stone. It was just a stone. I noticed some brown spots on the surface, but otherwise it was just a stone. But it must have been something more, at least a Daniel. I have internalized this. Don't worry. I would like to take the stone. I'd like you to take the stone. He held out his open hand towards me. And throw it the direction you think we should go. I will do it, sure. Okay, I said, reaching for the stone. I took the stone and closed my hand around it. Be careful, whispered Anya. It felt alive. It was warm. I could feel it pulsating. I closed my eyes and thought about the barrows, trying to imagine that place. I smelled wet rock. It was cold. I was alone. I felt my hand rising entirely on its own, and then throwing the stone as far as I could. It was a good throw. The stone flew in a long arc over the bushes and disappeared without a trace in the dense undergrowth. Great, Daniel sighed. I was asking for that, wasn't I? Let's. I played it cool. He gave me a faint smile before he turned to head deeper into the forest. The trail soon disappeared. Sometimes we walked along a barely visible path made by some animals. Sometimes we followed a stream or a gully. But for most of our trek, we watched through the dense overgrowth. I was getting impatient. The sun was barely noticeable through the dense canopy. I had no idea which direction we were going, and I was starting to doubt if Daniel did. It was a pleasant walk. There was always a path through the brambles. The ground was even and the branches stayed out of our way. It almost felt like the forest wanted us to find the way. I settled into a steady rhythm and stubbornly pushed on. Focused on my goal, I fixed my eyes on Daniel's back and slowly zoned out. I came to my senses when I tripped and almost fell. Watch where I place my feet and follow me, advised Daniel. We continued in silence. We had been walking for a while when I noticed that Daniel's steps had become slower. He was also looking around more and had hunched slightly. I just enjoyed the moment. I sat on the fallen tree trunk, looked around, and just enjoyed the afternoon. After a moment, Daniel shook his head. They're tricky to find sometimes, he mumbled. Be quiet for a minute, please. And that was when I felt it. Ash was in my mouth, the smell of smoke and wet soil, and a pole. I think I know where to go, I said, surprised. He tilted his head. Okay, let's check it out. I pointed to the barely visible path to my left, under a dying tree. He followed me, and I followed my feet, knowing exactly where they should go. Under the crooked tree, past the dead tree trunk, the sponge-like mushrooms, across the patch of wet, dark green moss, all the way to a place that didn't look much different from other parts of the forest. Until you noticed the mounds. There was something about the flattened hills that drew my full attention. What's happening to me? I looked at Daniel. Is this... I trailed off, literally forgetting to speak as it happened. It was a feeling anchored in my chest, akin to the taste of ash in my mouth, the smell of smoke. Longing, sadness, resignation. I'm sorry, but that horn that was playing just earlier... I shouldn't say. I shouldn't disrespect the game with my Baudry references. Okay, I want to turn this up a little bit though, so the people can hear a little bit more. But there was more. A sense of sacredness. It filled me with a calm excitement, and when I closed my eyes, I saw a fire burning in the darkness. I think I may have turned it actually a little too loudly. Let me pitch this back down a little bit. The dead were trapped beneath the stones, their bodies tangling in the roots. Some were ancient Roman armor, some rags, some uniforms from the World Wars, some modern camo. Their eyes were clogged with wet clay, but their mouths moved, repeating the stories of their lives. Will you tell them our stories? They asked. Will you remember us? I had another mission. There is only one story worth telling. The story of the forest. When I opened my eyes, Daniel was watching me. You were somewhere else, he said. You said you had family here. I heard that my father's family came from here. I nodded. I don't know much about them, though. He sighed. I don't think you should be here, he said tersely. You are not ready. I didn't feel ready. Yeah, I think you're right, I said and followed him. The way back, I was lost in my thoughts. The forest, in the vision, knew what I had to do. It was almost as though it was expected of me. I quickly discarded that thought. I felt a little tired. The shadows of the enormous trees cooled the sweat on my skin. The taste of ash lingered in my mouth. The first thing I noticed when we stopped was a pine tree. A pine tree I knew. I remembered it, small, twisted, crooked, and immensely powerful. Every bend of every branch had a story to tell. It's majestic, I thought suddenly. Months before that, when we decided to come to Poland, I dreamed of that tree. I was sure of it, just like I was sure that under its roots I'd find a burrow, and a few feet away, another one, like two dark eyes gazing at me as I approached. Daniel passed me and approached the tree. He pressed his cheek against the trunk. Hello, he said quietly. Was there someone else there? Hello, I repeated just in case, but it seemed like we were the only people there. This is the den, announced Daniel. It's abandoned, of course, but it's still worth seeing. It didn't look very impressive. Why is it worth seeing? I wasn't very impressed. I mean, it's just two holes in the side of a hill. But because of its story, he sat under the tree, leaning his back against it. It was a hot spring morning when they found this den. No one knows who the men were, even though it was one human generation ago. There were 6 cubs here under the roof of this tree. I enjoyed listening. And I enjoyed listening to it. There was something calming in his voice and the way he talked. His slow gestures and wistful eyes made me feel as though I was with the cubs on that hot spring morning. I don't think they wanted to hurt the wolves, he continued. They probably thought they'd been abandoned. That's why they took the cubs with them. Humans have this instinct that makes you try to befriend everything, especially if it's dangerous. You mean enslave, I answered sharply. Pulling something from the world and forcing it to work for us. I hated it, but it was how it seemed to be. I'm not saying it always works out, but the intention is good, and I believe the men who kidnapped the wolves wanted to do something kind. He continued. Anyway, they took them. Out of the 6, 2 lived to see the cold summer that year. The wolf mother used to come to the farm they were at and howl. People went gray if they heard her. I knew that howl, and suddenly I heard that howl. Oh. I knew exactly how it sounded and how I felt despair and longing gnawing at my soul. I remembered how the cubs had reacted. Every time she came, we howled back through the closed door, letting her know we were alive, and that there was hope, that we would grow up to be strong. Mia, are you okay? Anya asked, putting her hand on my shoulder. I felt for the cubs. I just feel for the cubs. I know a little about divided families myself. Oh. Yeah, that usually ended the conversation. Daniel sighed, looking at the tree and the burrow. The cubs that survived were sold to some people in Kashnufka. The cubs that survived were sold to some people in Kanufka, but after a while, both of them ended up back in Bawaveskaza with the scientists. They had a station in the national park. One of the wolves, Kazan, was a celebrity of sorts. If you saw any wolf photos from here, they were probably of Kazan. He was even on postcards. I hope he eaten someone. I hope he at least bit someone, preferably in the neck. The scientists never hurt him. Nobody wanted to hurt him. Even the men who took the cubs. There was a slight gust of wind and the tree creaked. I remembered that sound from my dreams as well, a sound that made me safe. Will the wolves come back here? I looked at the empty den. Daniel frowned. No, they won't. This place is cursed for them. He looked at the burrows for a long time. This place is my friend, so I try to keep it important and respected. I think it's my mission, you know? I think I understand. The forest had a way of sending people on missions. Daniel looked at the tree one last time. Goodbye, he said. Goodbye, I repeated. Pushka is friendly with me. The actual forest is friendly with me. Nice. Even though the guy that I was just hanging out with is not friendly to me. The forest was alive around us, vigilant, but not alarmed by our presence. I kept thinking about the stolen cubs. Alright, time to go to the tourist trap. It started with the hair on the backs of my hands rising. The air around me seemed brighter, lighter. The leaves in the pink trees turned yellow and my skin started to prickle. I realized that I couldn't hear anything except for a low buzzing that was filling my ears. I was hot. My bones were vibrating, full of energy I couldn't contain. I had to do something, snap out of it. Not knowing what to do, with all that energy, I kicked the nearest tree trunk. Look out! Anya screamed. There was a cloud of dust and rot, and the buzzing grew louder. I felt a sting, and then another, and another. I started to run. How do you fight a hive? You don't. You just hope you can outrun it. So I ran and hoped, and there was an opening, a light, real light, not the yellow buzzing, and I felt everything become still. The clearing was a plateau between huge boulders. There was double-trunked trees between the rocks and the angular wooden construction that stuck out of the ground like a sore thumb. There was a bike leaning on it, but more importantly, There was a man, and he was moving in the most beautiful, harmonious way I'd ever seen. It was hypnotizing. I couldn't stop looking at the way he moved, and the way his muscles danced under his tanned skin. I admired the precision, the certainty, the way the man carried himself. I wanted to have that. I wanted to be like him, and I knew I could. The wasps that were flying after me stopped in midair, forming a ball. The man slowly moved his hands forward, like he was gently pushing them away. The hive turned around and left the clearing. The words came out of my mouth seemingly without my knowing. What did he do? What did you do? He smiled. It's a bit complicated. He stretched his hand towards me. I'm Cornell, he said with a hard German accent. Shouldn't you be on the logging site? Daniel asked him after I introduced myself. How's Daniel still here with me? I thought he said goodbye. I needed to center myself, he answered. The others are still there. Don't worry. There was a cutting down. They were cutting down trees in this forest? Wait, logging here? Yes, logging here. That's why I needed to calm down. This place is special, Daniel said. Some people call it a place of power, as I told you. And they had good reason to, Cornell added. Look around you. And so I looked. It was a clearing filled with light. I could see Cornell's tracks, a beautiful pattern on the ground. But there was one thing that caught my attention more than anything else. These rocks. Someone brought them up here, right? I asked, looking around at the boulders, which upon closer inspection formed a circle. The stones were irregular and nestled deep in the ground. People believed this was a place of worship thousands of years ago. Hence the fruit trees, the stone circle, and the tower. And indeed, there's a lot of energy in this place. You felt it, didn't you? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I felt it, I said without enthusiasm. The pushka is wounded and in pain, and it calls out in rage to anyone who can hear it. Here this call is louder. You see, the logging, his eyes darkened, is slaughter. Anya gasped quietly. Every priceless thing can be destroyed by greed. Logging is illegal, of course, but illegal is sometimes just a way of saying a bit more expensive but still profitable, especially for huge corporations. The forest is hurt. The wound is getting bigger, as is its desperation. It was wrong. This is wrong, I heard myself say. There is no defiance in my voice, only cold certainty. This wasn't about anger. This was about what was right. Cornell regarded me for a moment with a faint smile. You have a connection with the forest, don't you? You should come to the logging site and meet everyone. Absolutely, Anya said eagerly. I became suspicious. Did he know something about me, about my family, about my dreams? This guy was acting like he wanted to draw me into a cult. Yeah, we'll see about that, I said, shrugging. He also shrugged. I didn't take you for the indifferent type. Guess I was wrong, but you can't escape your destiny. He jumped suddenly and looked at the wooden tower and the bike I noticed earlier. Die Schwable. Die Squable is getting restless, he said. And, as Danielle pointed out, I should be on the logging site, setting up the protest. Schwabe. What is a schwabe? I asked, confused. He named his bike Swallow, Daniel explained. He loves it very much. Cornell grinned. Oh, I do. Nice meeting you, Mia. All I wanted to do was get out of there. The moment he disappeared, the buzzing came back. It wasn't as strong as before, but it was there. All I wanted to do was get out of there. We went on through the greenery. The buzzing in my ears slowly decreased. As we walked through town, Anya nudged me and pointed at a tall, broad-shouldered, freckled guy standing at the bus stop with a lost expression on his face. I remembered his face from the pictures on social media. It was the friend who stood me up earlier. I greeted him. Bartek, I asked, getting his attention. Mia, what are you doing here? He blurted out, surprised when he saw me. I was sure you missed the bus. I was sure you missed the bus. I'll go with that. We started walking and talking. His accent was broad and Eastern European. I flooded him with questions. Anya liked him. Anya took an immediate liking to him. I could tell. I could always smell romance in the air. We walked along the only street in the village, nearing the center, if you could call it that. Every house had a garden, and the air was dense with the fragrance of flowers. So, did you find anything linking me to the forest? I asked. Bartek shook his head. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Sorry. He was avoiding my eyes. A trickle of sweat ran down his temple. He was lying. Straight to my face. What the fuck, man? I threw my arms in the air. You wrote me a few days ago that you had something. But he just clammed up. You know what? I think you should drop it. I turned to Bartek and looked him right in the eyes. I put a hand on his chest. I really had no plan after that part, so I panicked and felt a sudden urge to do something unnecessary and over the top. Bartek, please, I smiled. You wrote that you found me something, and I came here especially to meet you. Don't leave me hanging. Well, he brushed his forehead with the back of his hand. I did ask. I started with the old people here. I told them that my friend from the States was looking for her roots and wanted to know about the place her family came from. You know the drill. At first, people were very, receptive. I waited for the other shoe to drop. And then I mentioned your name. We walked in silence for a long time. Finally, I nodded and he continued his story. One of the old men here told me to go to hell. The other spat on the ground, and his wife crossed herself. For a moment, he looked younger and smaller. And then my own grandmother told me to stop asking. She said something else as well. What? I asked. She told me to pray for you. Suddenly, the sweet, golden afternoon wasn't so sweet and golden anymore. My grandma would pray for me all the time when I was little. I felt shivers run down my spine. We walked in silence, but my mind was in overdrive. People didn't want to talk. And that could only mean one thing. I was on the right track. My pulse quickened, and I tensed up like a hound that smelled blood. I was on the right track. I need to gather my thoughts. It was a long day, a lot had happened, and I was really tired. It was good to meet you in person, I said, but I need to be going. All this traveling and walking through the forest, it was exhausting. I smiled. Sure. Where are you staying? It turned out we were going the same way, of course. The B&B was quaint. I left Anya and Bartek outside. They were lost in a conversation and didn't even seem to notice that I was gone. When I got out of the shower, Anya was back, smiling and a little flustered. What a day, she smiled. So, what do you think? I made a quick mental inventory of everything that had happened today. The wolf cubs that were kidnapped and died in captivity. The story stayed with me, you know? Divided families, huh? It's okay, Mia. I can't believe they're logging here. I shook my head. Isn't the forest on UNESCO list or something? Yeah, I know. I wanted to check out this protest people were talking about. Maybe we could go there. I felt this strange energy in the place of power before we met Cornell. It still freaks me out. Cornell seems cool, though, Anya answered. And it seemed to be really understand what you were going through. I don't feel like talking anymore. You know what? I'm seriously tired. Let's call it a day, shall we? Soon we were both in our beds, ready to sleep. I lay in my bed for some time, trying to make some sense out of everything that I had learned and experienced that day. The gibbous moon was shining through the window. A gentle wind was blowing. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the tangled branches. The stone Daniel asked me to throw, the leaves. I came here with one question, and now I had so many. I felt the answers that I was looking for within my reach. I should go and see the logging protest, find Cornell, and make him talk. After a while, all these thoughts became blurry. They slowly started to turn into pictures, sounds, and colors. Two black holes underneath a crooked tree stare into the night, quiet and vigilant. My senses were heightened. I see the moon cutting the sky in half. I am a cub wolf, like the ones my grandfather told me about. I will grow, and fangs will become sharper. I will taste blood. I feel a pull, and I surrender to it. I run towards a clearing. There are piles of fresh corpses, of people who died too young, skinned and mutilated. Their loved ones stand around them, grieving, unable to do anything, waiting. And suddenly, there's just trees and tree trunks. I weep and other voices join me, terrified and hollow. The trees are dead, and I'm here to console their spirits. There is a stench in the air, like meat rotting in acid, but somehow worse. I see the monstrous army. Their mandibles were whirling chainsaws. Their large metal arms are wrapped with black pipes and looked like glistening intestines. Their smell is vile. They wait, unmoving. try to breathe through my mouth and run towards the machines. I hit and kick them blindly, screaming at the top of my lungs. In my own screams, I hear strange whispers. They tell me to look at the sky. There, between the stars, two shapes circle each other. An old, sad wolf with gray hair and a white weasel. They keep their eyes on one another. They continue their dance, suspicious, but not hostile. We need to fight the enemy, the awful, rotting stench. I knew that much. But how can we do that when we don't trust each other? They stop. They look at me in the clearing. I sing to them. I sing to them in words that I don't recognize, but that I understand. They come down to me, and their voice is the voice of the Pushka. We've been calling you, and you finally came. The next morning was full of sunshine and bird song. I could smell the heat of the afternoon building, those long honey-like hours in late June when the earth isn't tired of its own warmth yet. But it was crisp and pleasant now. I sat on my bed for a moment, letting my feet dangle from it. I felt angry. The weight of the previous day had coiled up somewhere in my chest. It felt like a tiny merry-go-round, gaining speed. And there was the dream. Then I remembered the dream, the clearing, the animals in the night sky, waiting for me. I took a shower, ate something without really paying attention, and went outside. We were halfway through the forest when I realized we were walking towards the logging site. I was so focused on my anger, the turmoil in my head, that I didn't really care where I was going. When I snapped out of it, the sun was shining. The village was far behind me. I wasn't sure how I'd gotten there. Anya looked around. So, what's the plan? We have to stop this logging. I looked around. On my right was the ancient forest. On my left was the freshly torn clearing. Ahead of me, ruining the view, were huge logging machines. And a group of people arguing in their shadow. They clearly needed someone to gently nudge them in the right direction. I had never seen a harvester before, and I was shocked by the vile ugliness of the machine. There were 3 at the site. Their long metal arms were wrapped with black pipes that looked like glistening intestines, or weird, hanging sperm sacs, and they reeked. The scent was dark, rancid, and putrid. Yet none of the people there seemed to smell it. Not the reporters, not the police, not the loggers, nor the protesters. I couldn't understand. The clearing was full of that smell. Cornell was arguing with a woman with gray dreadlocks. The protesters were clearly conflicted. Maybe I could solve the conflict? I thrived in solving conflicts, so I went closer. One of the police officers, young and nervous, said something I didn't fully understand. I tried to walk past him. "Oh," he said, "you're one of them," and let us go. Then I noticed that someone joined us. And then I noticed that someone used the commotion to sneak up with us past the police. A girl with disheveled, bleached out hair. "Don't worry," she patted the officer on the arm. It was an awful pickup line anyway. You shouldn't touch me, ma'am." I rolled my eyes and wanted to say something, but I was interrupted. "Pat!" Cornell called her from the gathering. "Could you come here? I need you to show Olga that chart." She sighed, reaching in her backpack and taking out a tablet. "And they're at it again," she murmured under her breath. "Coming." As I walked towards Cornell, I heard more and more of the argument. "Olga, you can't," Cornell was saying. Pat stood next to him with her tablet. She looked a bit confused. "Do not fucking tell me what I can or can't do, Cornell," the one with dreadlocks interrupted. "I can, because they're all destroying our mother. I can't fight with all the means at my disposal, even if that means burning those harvesters to the ground. Or I can fight." I said I can't, by accident. I noticed Daniel standing near her. I noticed Daniel standing near her. He took a few steps back, went towards one of the harvesters, turned his back on us, and pissed on the machine. Olga smirked. "Aw, Daniel, you know how to bring the point home." He looked at her confused. "Burn the harvesters?" Cornell asked calmly. "In this drought, Olga, are you out of your mind?" "You know what I mean. We fight with them any way we can. Because this is a fucking war," she spat. He sighed. "You've never seen real war, and it shows. Nobody is shooting at us. And believe me, we want it to stay that way. We need a peaceful protest." "Hi, we need to talk," I said, approaching Cornell. "Hello, Maya. Could you wait? I'm in the middle of something here." In the middle of something? Well, it looked like I had to bring this something to an end. I looked at them both. Olga with her fury and passion. Cornell, this cool professional demeanor, shared without any reservations what I felt about the situation. "There's a fine line to tread," I said in silence. "You don't want the protesters to be painted as terrorists, and you don't want them to be treated as irrelevant and ignored. I only inflamed the situation." The argument attracted more and more people. Someone old shook their head and moved forward. They had deep wrinkles, a narrow mouth, and the unisex grape of a tired, heroin preserved rock man. They looked out of place with their shoulder-length, disheveled hair, a clean shave, and eyes highlighted with eyeliner. Bright blue nails, heavy army boots, a red skirt, and a tank top completed the look, and pins, lots of pins. All kinds of LGBTQA plus flags, anarchist and pacifist symbols. I think some German band stripes. "Olga, darling, you know I love you. But Cornell really knows what he's doing. Please trust us on that one. They talked to Olga, but kept glancing at me as if to check how I reacted. Fuck off, Kim. You didn't even trust me enough to come here on your own when I asked you to. There was a woman at Olga's side. Next to Olga, there stood a woman. She was the most beautiful person I'd ever seen. Kim, you want to teach me about violence? She looked him straight in the eye. About fighting oppression? Just because your boss went to what? One mission in Afghanistan? Her Polish was peculiar, kind of mellow. Cornell winced. Lisa, leave Kim alone. He didn't know what to say, and it seemed that the whole discussion would be derailed. Maybe it was for the best. Let them solve it their way. Then Olga punched Cornell firmly in the face, turned around and walked away. He turned around, holding his jaw and wincing. Then he started to laugh softly. The conversation was over, at least for the time being. Cornell, together with his cronies, walked towards the reporters, while Olga went back to the group of people standing in the shadow of an old oak tree. Pushka is loyal. I looked at the pushka. The clearing full of felled trees was like a gaping, bleeding wound in the chest of a friend. My resolve strengthened. I came here to stop the logging. After seeing what I'd seen, my resolve was only strengthened. Yes, just like Olga said. Anya nodded, excited. What they are doing is unforgivable. We have to fight. I looked at one group, and then I looked at another. The harvesters were dripping with black oil. The forest stood tall, serene, full of golden light. It looked like it could protect itself, and I looked at the felled trees, limp, dead, helpless. I want answers. Cornell owed me some explanations. Hey, wait for me, I shouted, and I ran after him. Hello, Mia, he said. I see you haven't come alone. He reached out his hand. His handshake was firm and strong. His eyes were an uncanny shade of gray. Damn, you look like a tough guy, I blurted out. He was in that bad boy hipster military way. I know, he said without skipping a beat. Cornell looked me in the eyes. I know why you came to Bryoviska. When the forest is under attack, it reaches out and picks someone. This time, it picked you. I looked at him, skeptical, but he seemed to believe it. We have the same goal. Will you help me? But before I could answer, I heard a commotion and turned around. The reporters were coming our way, but their cameras were switched off and pointed at the ground. Why weren't they filming? Funny, I thought. They should be taking photos or filming the protests, but I couldn't remember if they were when I arrived at the site. So I asked Cornell. So? Asked Cornell. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. The reporter shook his head and grimaced. Sorry, everyone, We can't do anything. We're not allowed to cover what's going on here. Suddenly I understood. Then it hit me. The police weren't there to protect the protesters or the press. Yeah, it must be hard to do your job when the police is watching your every step, I said, and they nodded. There was a moment of tense silence. And then it all came together. Suddenly I understood the dream. That was the moment I was destined to intervene. I just had to make the reporters understand. No way, I said, shaking my head. No fucking way. Couldn't quite place the look on Cornell's face. Seemed interested in me, like I was a new toy. Well, this is the reality here. This is the reality here, he said finally. The media will cover anything that is violent, and then present us all as eco-terrorists who will be locked up in prison. So we just needed to give the reporters something interesting. I looked at the reporters. They were a bored bunch, from competing media outlets thrown together by circumstance. I just needed to give them something interesting. I laid down the arguments. The loggers came here to kill the forest, I said. For a moment I was surprised by how clear my voice was. They don't respect the land. They came here to destroy what we came here to protect. The story is good as a time. Good versus evil. Cover it and people will watch. And that was exactly the new age bullshit I was hoping for. I turned and I saw a journalist lowering their camera. That was a sticker on it with the logo of the national TV station. Now let's throw in a few shots of that freak, he pointed at Kim. Why are deviants destroying the traditional way of life in Polish countryside? The reporter started saying into his microphone. What's up with you? I asked the other reporters. Have you lost your spark? Have you forgotten why you do this job? But they just ignored me and continued and turned their attention to Olga's group, who chose that moment to violently clash with the cops. I felt someone touching my arm. This is the moment where you exit the scene. Kim turned me around and gently but firmly pushed me away. We'll be in touch, they whispered. When I was on the road to the village and nobody could see me, I stopped and screamed. A startled flock of birds took off from the forest nearby and filled the air with feathers and movement. In the whole commotion, I lost Anya from my sight. I was alone, or so I thought. Hey, let me help you, a voice said from behind me, and I jumped. The woman was looking at me with concern. What happened? It was too much, I whispered. All of that. We walked slowly towards the village. We talked. I learned that she was an independent German reporter who'd come here about a month ago. Her name was Erika. So why are you protesting the logging? She asked after a few minutes of small talk. I came here for personal reasons, and I've dropped right in the middle of some eco-guerrilla campaign, I shrugged. And for many reasons, my interests are aligned with the protesters. I looked at her. Why are you asking? Do you know why they're cutting down the trees? She asked back. Because you do know that logging is done by a government company, the state forests. I had no idea. I didn't know that. In fact, I know very little about the situation, I realized. Just what the others have told me. Uh-oh, that was the wrong... It all started with the spruce bark beetles. Erica looked into her notes and started explaining the whole situation. That year, the beetles' infestation was of catastrophic proportions, and the foresters decided the only way to stop it and save the rest of the forest was to cut down as many infested trees as fast as possible. Is cutting down trees the only way to stop the infestation? The foresters state that this is the only way, she said. Some biologists argue that they're cutting wrong trees and doing it too late to change anything. But is the logging legal? I wanted to know. Opinions differ, but such massive logging in a UNESCO area might be illegal. Erica answered. Maybe if they removed the dead trees, the infestation wouldn't spread? I tried to find a solution. They might do that, but dead trees are what make the forest unique, Erica smiled. There are 20 times more species living on dead spruce tree than on an alive one. Couldn't they just leave Pushka alone and let nature take its course, I asked. That's one of the options, Erica admitted. But there's a drought, and no one is sure if the forest will survive on its own. It was a complex situation. It didn't mean that I should step back. I felt that Erica was deliberately playing the devil's advocate. I see that you were trying to show me the whole picture, and I appreciate it. I just hoped there would be an easy answer. I'm just doing my job, Erica shrugged. I describe all aspects of the situation to you, but it's up to you to decide what you want to do. It was a tough decision. I shook my head. Why did the situation always have to be so complex? At least I was sure that they were cutting down the trees, and that Pushka needed my help. When they cut down the trees, what happens to the wood? I asked Erica. The state forests have to be financially self-sufficient. They earn money by selling forest products, including wood. That's why I think the bark beetle is not the reason, but an excuse to push more wood on the market. I included my case. She looked skeptical. You're not the only one feeling helpless, she sighed. So don't let the complexity of the situation stop you. Life is always complex, and yet we carry on. So what should I do when I feel something is wrong? I asked, exasperated. Do you believe that people can be evil? She asked back. Some people do really shitty things. I shrugged. But is it their actions or their nature? I said nothing. What's the matter? She said. Something wasn't right with the whole situation. I don't know what it was, and that scared me. Then I remembered what Cornell had said. All that mystical stuff. They said the forest needs my help. I shook my head. It was a lot to take in. There was that foul smell back there. She looked at me with a weird expression. What smell? She asked. How come she didn't smell it? You didn't smell it? The harvesters reeked of something like meat that was being rotted in acid. Only worse. I couldn't even find the words to describe it, but the memory of the foulness still clung to the back of my throat, swimming in my sinuses. I know what you're talking about, she answered slowly, but I don't think everyone can smell it. I looked at her and I raised my eyebrow, questioningly. Her eyes. There was sympathy in her eyes. You'll learn in your own time that if you stay here long enough, she said. If you stay here long enough, she said, clearly wanting to drop the subject. I shrugged. Cryptic remarks never did anything for me. The situation was complicated as it was. I just hoped I hadn't made some things worse. Now I got the press on my side. That's exactly what you want. Anya came back soon after me. I lost sight of you, she said apologetically. I'm glad you made it back in one piece. So how was your day? I sort of gave an interview, I shrugged. But I'm afraid they'll manipulate the shit out of it. An interview? But you only just got here, Anya exclaimed. It sort of happened. Did you know that the government supported logging even when it was illegal? Anya just nodded solemnly. Yeah, I've read that. Why didn't you tell me? Well, you had a lot going on. I met some very interesting people, I said, still excited. Yeah, they looked like a colorful bunch. Anya grinned. Maybe you could introduce me later. They sure are passionate. They argue between themselves. More than they argue with the loggers, I added. I shrugged. Just another day in Yawoveska. We sat for a while in silence. You know, there's a lot to see here in Yawoveska. Anya said from over her travel guide. Ah, shit, here we go again. Pogozelchi? Pogozelchi. Budi. Terameski. Sri Lanka. There was something interesting in every village. An open-air museum. Some kind of folk university. The bison. Maybe you'd like to see more than the logging? Maybe later? I'd love to see it all, I sighed. And I'll do that as soon as the situation with Pushka is resolved. And how's the search for your roots going? Anya couldn't say silent for long. I don't really want to talk about it, I admitted. I understand. That kind of thing can be rough. That kind of stuff can be rough. I just sat there, looking through the window. The day had been full on, and I was exhausted. I didn't notice when I fell asleep. Alright, let's take a look at our stats here. We're still 24, thank God that hasn't changed. We have no sense of cunning, but our analytical abilities really popped up through the roof here. Let's see. Overall, the police are unfriendly with me. I'm not really that surprised by that. The press is loyal to me. Pushka is loyal to me. Nobody else is really loyal yet. Olga hates me. Olga is a local activist, tall with gray dreadlocks. She must have been in her late 40s or early 50s. Pat is a German hacktivist and Cornell's friend, a small young woman dressed in black and with disheveled, bleached out hair. Lisa, she has perfect hourglass figure, long braids, and the most stunning cheekbones. Her eyes, slightly slanted, were a weird shade of blue, deep, almost purple. Cornell is an activist from Germany, looking vaguely military, with short cropped hair and hypnotizing gray eyes. Kim is a non-binary activist from Berlin, old, with deep wrinkles around a narrow mouth and a grace of tired, heroin-preserved rockman. They sported short, shoulder-length, disheveled hair and nails painted bright blue. Everybody else I've met before, so we don't have to go over them. It's quiet now, yet I know deep inside that something isn't right. Let's book it. I'm running through the forest into the logging site. It's getting dark. The light seeps away, as though there are millions of tiny punch holes in the sky through which it can escape. And the darkness starts to pour in. And I see bodies strewn across the ground, bloodied, maimed, with their limbs torn from destroyed torsos. I can see some of them still alive, struggling for air, still trying to live. They are all trees, fallen trees, still alive, still struggling for air. I see shapes. I see shapes moving in the darkness. They have long skeletal arms. They are wrapped in glistening black intestines, and each arm has a wide, gaping mandible full of whirling blades. They snap at me blindly. I feel righteous anger burning through me like molten lava bubbling from the ground. Through my feet, up my legs, through my chest, to my head, I point at the monsters. My friends watch, and I bask in their rage. I howl out the death sentence, and we run towards the monstrous shapes. We bite off heads and tear off arms. We are an executioner's axe, unflinching. I gasped and bolted upright. I was alone. The sun was setting, and the deep red light in the room looked like it was bathed in blood. My pillow and duvet were on the ground, and I was sweating bullets. I looked at my legs. When did they become so hairy? I could have sworn I shaved them that morning. I need to talk. I thought about going back to sleep, but I couldn't. Since I arrived in this village, I felt like I was falling down a rabbit hole, or rather a wolf's den. My dreams were getting more and more vivid, and I was scared. I needed to talk it over with someone I trusted. I thought about Cornell. Cornell knows a lot about the forest and spirituality. He seemed to like me. The sun had just set. The moon wasn't up yet. The forest loomed on the horizon. The activists' camp was somewhere near there. I soon ran into Anya. "Oh, Mia, good to see you," she said. "We need to talk." I was all ears. "I was worried about you. Since we got here, you've looked distressed," she explained with a sigh. "I asked around and it seemed you're associating with some dangerous people." "They know something about the forest and my connection to it," I answered. "And I need that information." "I know you have your own things to do," I admitted. "But if you want, you can come with me." Anya smiled. "Sure, sister." And we walked together. The camp had a different vibe than the logging site protest. There were more people there. We looked around, trying to take it all in. "They are coming and coming," Anya laughed, excited. The people in the camp seemed quite cheerful. The smells were intriguing. Sorry, I got a little lost there for a second. I heard 3 or 4 girls singing together in a unique Eastern European style called the white voice. It was the most melodic, throaty growling I ever heard. I listened for a moment. I stopped and I just got lost in the music for a while. People were milling about, setting up camp, cooking, preparing posters. Everyone was busy. I looked around. Definitely needed to talk to someone about what was going on, about what I felt. "Hello," I said as I approached. Cornell smiled at me. "Hello," he said. "What brings you here?" "I'm confused," I answered. "Is it really true? I mean, all the stories that I heard connecting me to the forest?" Cornell looked at me with those uncanny gray eyes. "Is it really true?" Oh, sorry. I could feel his attention lock on me. "Yes, it's true," he said. "And that's why we're here. To stop the government destroying the forest. To show what we don't agree. And that we hope to make a difference. And you have your role to play." OneCat64 says, "Hi, hope the game is going well. The game is really nice so far. I like it a lot. It's got a real scrapbook style and some pretty nice simplicity to the prose. Everything's going well. It's a pretty chill stream so far. I liked it. I like it so far as my first stream back. And while we have no rage at the moment, but other than that, we've got a lot of people on our side. We got the press on our side. And the cops don't like us, which is always what I like in my games, is for the cops to not like me. So yeah, everything's going great. I'm actually fairly unsure how many people are actually here now, because it says 1 is watching, so it might just be you. I probably shouldn't actually talk about that stuff during my stream, because it's a little embarrassing. But like, what I really mean is I have no clue how many people are or aren't here. So it's just been quiet for a little bit. I think it's possible a few of the people that were watching earlier left, which is no insult to me. That's why it's going to be posted up for later in case other people are interested in seeing it. So yeah, everything's going great so far. I'm about halfway through the game. Will it work? I asked. My voices are also not the best. I'm a little bit weak on them at the moment. I don't know. All I know is that it worked before. It worked for Gandhi. It worked with segregationism and apartheid. It worked with communism. So let's not see if it works with capitalism as well. Violence is not an option here. He smiled. And I think you know well that anger doesn't really get shit done. I didn't agree. I suddenly felt uneasy. I heard that phrase so many times, I said slowly. You know what? I've seen anger getting shit done so many times. So I guess it's my turn to use it now. I'll see you around, I guess. It was time to talk to Olga. OneCat64 says that they were happy to be able to catch the stream. I'm happy to see you here. Hello. Yeah, I try to stream for around 3 hours at least at a time so that people don't miss it, even though it's not really that big of a deal if they do. And I'll try to be a little more regular about streaming now that I'm back. I turned around and walked towards the far corner of the camp where Olga was. Olga spotted me right away. Well, hello again, she greeted me. I didn't expect to see you here so soon, actually. She gave me a long, hard look. I didn't expect to see you again at all. Aren't you just a ray of fucking sunshine? I said with a broad smile. She said nothing, instead just watching me cautiously. What brings you here, kid? She asked after a beat. I'm angry, I said simply. I'm angry about what Cornell told me, about my history, the forest, and the logging. I don't like being angry and not doing something about it. I like your attitude, she said. We need anger to do things that are hard. Always. It's the force that moves us forward and helps us survive. She broke off and bit her lip. What do you want to do about it? I wanted to smash. I want to do something, I said. Anything. I want to feel like I'm doing something that has a meaning, that will change what happens. I feel like I could smash those harvesters with a hammer. Do you have a hammer? If the forest wanted something from me, I couldn't be just an observer anymore. She looked at me. Her eyes were a weird color, like deep, dark honey or molasses. I might, she said, but I need your support. Because Cornell will try to push his own agenda. They all want to do something that night. But after a whole day's discussion, they were still decided on what to do. 3 for one option, 3 for the other. I saw no reason to back up Olga. I voted for direct action, and soon we were on our way to the logging site. We had some harvesters at the face. I'm coming with you, Anya said, shook her head. When I tried to convince her to go home. That's what friends are for. We were just a group of dark silhouettes running through the night. The moon was hidden beneath the clouds. I watched there. I'm gonna hide in the shadows. I was glad about that, gracious for the shadows that were hiding us. A new moon would have been better. Of course I would have preferred a new moon. A total darkness. That somebody saw us, but beggars can't be choosers. Soon we reached the logging site. And I knew there was all we were there only because I voted for direct action. I made a difference. Olga stood in the middle of the clearing, looking at the harvesters. She had a backpack on her shoulder. As she moved, I heard a metallic chatter coming from inside it. "Let's get going," she said. She looked different in the dark. She seemed more angular, broader. "Yeah, let's smash something," I agreed. Olga reached into her backpack and tossed something my way. It wasn't a hammer, but a can of spray paint. Red. I just grinned at her. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Cornell staring at me. "I hope you know what you're doing," he whispered. He looked at me as if he was expecting me to say something, but I didn't take the bait. Olga noticed the tension between us. "People know that I'm right," she said, looking Cornell straight in the eye. "You should have noticed that the first time you came here." "Your plan will destroy lives," he answered. Pat sighed, exasperated. "Yeah, you know something about that, don't you?" He turned to her, surprised, with a hurt expression. Before he could answer, Olga interrupted. "Let's get to it." "Be careful and quiet," said Lisa. She also looked different. There was camo face paint on her broad cheekbones. There were some guards nearby. "I'll take care of them." And with that, she left. The harvesters loomed in the night, now more than ever reminding me of some distorted, terrible creatures straight from a horror movie. Their black cables glistened and pulsed in the moonlight, and their stench hit me like a slap in the face. I shook the can. And let go of the first splotch of paint. It landed on the side of the harvester. For a moment I thought the machine shuddered, and I wounded it. A sudden wave of fear rose over my throat. It would turn. It would crush me. I shook the feeling off. Everything was sharp in the moonlight. My hands seemed to shine when I sprayed the machine with the precision of a future surgeon. It wasn't personal. It wasn't about me or the men who would come here tomorrow to find their equipment harmed, mutilated. It was about the forest. I saw Cornell walking my way, but I decided I had no intention of talking to him. Instead, I nodded at Anya and we focused on painting a slogan across the windshield of the nearest machine. "Would it hurt if we spread that message without risking jail?" murmured Cornell as he looked at the dripping letters. Eventually, our work for the night was done. I wrote, "Save the forest" in every language I know, said Anya, evidently proud of herself. And I might even have also Google translated a few more. I looked at the defaced harvesters. I was proud of us. I was proud of what we accomplished, and I contributed to it. Whatever the forest wanted from me, I felt I'd done my part for the night. The paint was slowly drying in the hot night air. We stopped for just a minute to admire our work, and for that moment everything was still and quiet. The air smelled of spray paint. The harvesters looked stupid and helpless. And then the stillness was broken. "Hey, what are you? What the fuck?" "Oh, shit. Anya, the guards." took a deep breath and focused on the rhythm of my heart. It wasn't a good moment to panic and act impulsively. I looked at the guards. The guards were coming. I saw the silhouettes between the trees, of course, but it wasn't them that caught my attention. It was the trees themselves. The trees had been calling to me since I got here. The trees were on our side. The trees could protect us. I poked Anya and gestured towards the trees. I noticed a spot that would be very hard for them to find. Anya nodded and we started sneaking towards the trees. Olga was standing still, though, like most of the others. We hid nevertheless. Whatever she wanted to do, I reckoned it was always good to have a hidden ally. I got to the tree and I spotted earlier and pressed my back against its trunk. The smell of the forest got stronger, the air around me stiller. I heard Anya's ragged breathing. She was huddled among the tree roots. "Stay here just for now," I whispered, as if anything bad happens, just run. I looked out, ready to intervene. Olga stood in the middle of the clearing, hands on her hips, head a little tilted, waiting for them to notice the whole group. "Is there a problem?" she asked. "You're damn right there's a problem. We're calling the police. Don't move." One of the guards was waving his phone. I waited. "Go ahead," Olga said, shrugging with a confidence I couldn't explain. She paused, unsure. In an instant, the phone flew out of his hand. I don't know how Kim got behind him, but they were there, chuckling mockingly. "Oh, sorry. Did you want to call someone?" The man turned around and punched them right in the face. They didn't even flinch. And then they grabbed the man, lifted him up, and threw him at the other guards. "I'm gonna fight them." The clearing shattered like a broken window into the sharp pieces, its edges cut clean by the rays of a flashlight swirling in the distance. In the darkness, one piece, a shout. Another, a silhouette, leaping. A dodge, a grunt, a punch, a cry. Curses in 3 different languages. I slipped between the pieces, hiding in the shadows. I body slammed one of the men and he stumbled. I lured him into the forest. Whatever my connection with the forest was, it was a good time to use it. I laughed at him and ran towards the trees. He came after me, blinded by anger, tripped on a root sticking out of the ground, fell with a loud thud. A flashlight shone his way. "Ah!" and grabbed my arm. I saw blood on his head, blood on the stone next to his head, blood on the ground, dark and fresh. A victory. Excellent, a victory. I turned away from the man to look for another target, and then I heard a shout. "She killed him," one of the men shouted, the horror clear in his face. He directed his flashlight at my face, blinding me. "What are we all doing?" I asked, because seriously, what the fuck were we fighting in the middle of the night in the heart of the forest? A second later, I noticed a huge silhouette behind him. It looked at me and its eyes were glowing. "Leave her alone," it growled. I recognized the voice. Was it Cornell? It was Cornell. He was bulging, muscles growing bigger, bones getting stronger. He let out a joyous roar, throwing hhis hands, now equipped with strong claws, in the air. He grabbed the man and slashed across his torso. I looked at the 8 feet feet tall, fur-covered monstrosity. For a moment, I hoped I was dreaming. Something warm landed on my face. More blood, howls, terrified screams. Anya looked back at me, panicked. What do we do? The man screamed again and pointed a gun at Cornell. I attacked the man with the gun. I acted on instinct. I zeroed in on the man. Pointing the gun and launched myself at him. I see. And then there was only pain. I got shot. The pain was unbearable. Nothing in my life had prepared me for this. Blinded by the blood in my eyes and the shearing pain in my shoulders and chest, I could only laugh. This wasn't what I expected from this trip. You spend so much time planning, only to see your whole life crash and burn. All I could do was laugh. But I knew how serious it was. So I laughed, grinning with bloody teeth, till my strength left me and I couldn't hold myself upright anymore. The forest caught my fall with a bed of moss and twigs. I stopped thrashing and a cold numbness engulfed me. Did I die? My eyes were open and I stared blankly up at the trees. There was a small fragment of the sky visible between the branches. The clouds moved and there was light. The full moon. The moon was a goddess and she noticed me. Get up, she said. I got up. I get up. I feel good. I know that I shouldn't. But I don't remember why. I don't care. My muscles are sore and cramped, so I stretched like I've never stretched before. My arms are longer. My legs are stronger. My heart is pumping. I feel like I've spent my whole life packed into a box, and I've finally been set free. Take a breath, and I feel my ribs and muscles move. The forest smells of blood and fear and excitement. I laugh happily, and others join me. We laugh and sing into the moon. My mind is clearer than it's ever been before. I see the world in sharp contrasts of black and white, movement and stillness. I smell prey. I hear language in the hooting of owls, and the whistling of the wind, and the snarling of wolves. I am one with the forest. Something touches my leg. There's a small, malformed creature sticking something sharp into the muscles of my thigh. The creature is no threat to me, but its presence is annoying, and its smell almost sends me reeling. I don't like being pricked. I push the creature away, and it flies through the air, making funny noises, and it hits a tree and stays there, pinned to a branch like a butterfly. My ears prick, and I hear more creatures running blindly through the bushes. My legs no longer stings. I feel better than ever before. Is this a dream? Maybe it's a dream, I think, as I move silently through the underground. The creatures are running away, their backs turned to me. I watch them and turn and learn how they move. Suddenly, one of them turns my way. We lock glances. I roar at the creatures, and the creature falls down and curls into a ball. It smells of ammonia. Piercing light burns my eyes. The creatures surround me. They seem to work like a pack. They are dangerous. hide in the shadows, and they are too slow, too dumb, too clueless to notice me. I strike them down one by one. Some manage to defend themselves briefly, but most don't see me coming. A new smell. The wind brings a new smell, the air, fur, and musk and blood. Shapes move along the trees, but they are no creatures. They are people like me. Suddenly I'm surrounded by them. I think I know them. They seem familiar. It's like I met them in the past, but they were hidden. They close in on me. What do they want? I relax and wait for them, unflinching. They approach me and sniff the air. Their smells are overwhelmingly familiar. One of the people had sounds attached to them, but now I recognize the sounds were not their true names. I look up and see no moon, only clouds and tangled branches. Something changed when I realized how tired I was. I stumbled. The night sky was full of stars. Confused, I opened my eyes. The forest around me was thick and dark. The tree trunks, wrapped tightly in a dark-leaved ivy, were covered in ripples of lichen, where their vines hadn't taken hold. The thorny, leafless bushes at their base were overrun with nettles. The fungi radiated with a ghoulish, sickly green light. Dark, sponge-like mushrooms clung to the fallen trees. I was cold. I knew it was summer, but I felt cold. Where are my clothes? I looked down and I saw my hands covered in a dark substance. I was naked. A sticky, glistening film of liquid was clinging to my skin. I could feel it on my face, in my hair. Blood. Whose blood was this? Had I killed someone? I remembered my dream. It slowly lifted my eyes. There was a severed head right in front of me. The face was contorted, the eyes bulging, the mouth open, the tongue stuck out. It was obscene. I doubled over, retching. I recognized that face. It was one of the security guards the one I'd argued with. The head was watching me with reproach. No, I let out a long, blood-curdling scream. The night swallowed it. The bushes rustled. A moment later, I saw Cornell coming from between the trees. He looked at me, at the head, at my face. He came closer and squatted beside me. This is what we were trying to tell you. His gray eyes smiled. See? You're a werewolf. The morning smelled of fur, earth, and the forest. Over the gentle snoring that filled the warm space under the low-hanging branches of an old spruce tree, I heard a squirrel. I was hungry. Quietly, so as not to wake anyone, I crawled outside. Alone, hiding in the tall grass, I sniffed around. The sky was bright, and the forest around me was dark and full of interesting smells. High in the trees, birds yelled about status, sex, and violence. Something opened in my mind. and memories started flooding back. The fight, the gunshot, the strange dream about being a werewolf. The creature stirred in bushes nearby, a tall, dark silhouette, a strangely familiar smell. I tensed up and watched the human as they looked around. Maya, there you are, they said when they noticed me. It was time to get out of here. Suddenly, a feeling like cramp or a spasm surged through me and everything changed. I was Hamid, the human form. The body started resetting itself into the familiar shape, and it hurt. Bones broke and fused again. Muscles and sinews moved under my skin. I cried and thrashed. Then, panting and sweaty, I was Hamid again. I hit the ground with my bare ass. Colors exploded. The morning breeze suddenly became cold, and I shivered. Confused, I looked at the person approaching me. You look cold, Cornell smirked, and threw me a bundle of clothes. You better not change for a while. They won't survive it. Not until you learn the rite, at least. I snatched the bundle and started pulling the clothes on. Sneakers, loose-fitting jeans, a hoodie with a unicorn. They fit perfectly. I thought about the previous night when I was ragging through the forest, how differently I experienced the world through the wolf senses, about the discomforts and confusions of changing shape. So, I was a werewolf. There was no denying it. I was no longer human. There was a murder last night, I said anxiously. What if they find my DNA at the crime scene? We'll take care of that. Human laws aren't as relevant for you anymore. We stood there for a moment in silence. I was wondering how one usually learned when they were a werewolf. So, I said, how did you become a werewolf? I was born a werewolf, it seems, he answered. How did you learn you were a werewolf? I asked again. Oh, that. I was serving in Afghanistan. There was an ambush. Stuff happened. I'm sorry, I said. It must have been hard. It was, he sighed. They sent me home with PTSD, and once home, I got found by others. They needed someone who knew how to fight. Buncat says, yo, being a werewolf lets me avoid the law? Let me get in on that. Fuck yeah. Let's become werewolf sisters together. And then they can't hit us with any of those alligator laws, you know? You know, like putting a leash around your alligator in Florida or whatever the hell it's called. All those kind of like silly laws, I definitely would be one of the people to fall for it. So I definitely want to become a werewolf to avoid silly laws like that. Oh, the rest of the human laws? Oh no, I obey the law just fine. Like, no worries about that. We were the real eco-terrorists back then, my pack and I. But I realized that violence only breeds more violence. And that's not the way I wanted to follow. It doesn't make any sense, it suddenly struck me. How come nobody knows werewolves exist? We protect the veal. It's easy to convince others that supernatural doesn't exist. They already want to believe that. The delirium helps. You mean delirium as in the medical condition? I asked, remembering something that I read about acute confusional states. You have to ask Pat for that. But the gist of it is that humans are capable of remembering are incapable of remembering they saw a Crinus. He laughed. They panic, turn away, and instantly forget. Every time. Then I realized something important. At some point, the rest of the party had awoken and joined us. The clearing was full of wolves. The wolves were closing in on me. I knew my next decision would have serious consequences. The headless body was heavy. They said that, as my first kill, it was my burden, my duty to take it to the burrows. But I didn't do it, I said, looking at the corpse. I'd never. You have to balance the death you cause with your achievements. Cornell looked at me in the eyes. That is the path of the Garu. He accompanied me, carrying the severed head in the bag. The others stayed behind, covering the tracks. I didn't want to talk, or to think for that matter. Not about the person I was carrying, or rather trying to carry. It was just a thing I needed to transport from point A to point B. That was it. Me describing what playing Death Stranding was like for the 2 hours I did. But the body was too heavy. I kept dragging the body, but the burden was too much to bear. I was tired and hurt and couldn't do it anymore. I looked at the body and I really wanted, to say something, but I choked on my words. I curled up into a ball with my arms around my head. I can't, I said, and then it was the only thing I could say, louder and louder until it became a shriek. I can't. Cornell sighed and kneeled beside me. You're a werewolf, Gaia's soldier. There's nothing you can't do. Get up. We have a world to save, and you have an obligation to this forest. I took a deep breath. He was right. I was here for a reason, and I had to get things done. Suddenly, I understood. I realized that I was in a state of flux. I could change the way I shifted my position when I ran. There was so much beauty in it, in all the forms and possibilities, always fluctuating. If I only knew how to do this. If I got just a little stronger, I'd easily handle the body. I changed. Pain was stronger than I ever imagined. I felt my muscles spasm as they rearranged themselves. My jaw cracked and my mouth filled with blood. I clenched my fists and claws drove into my palms. I screamed. When I rose, panting and sweaty, I was more than human. I was glabro, wolfish, strong, scary. It hurt. The change hurt more than I expected. The world shifted, not much, but enough. I felt my teeth get sharper and muscles stronger. I picked up the body. It was a lot lighter. At some point I realized we weren't alone. There were two shapes in the bushes on either side of the road. Animals, one big and gray, the other small, nimble, and white. Ah, my companion smiled. I see you've noticed our patrons. Patrons. Sorry, what now? Patrons, I asked? Yes, the spirits who help us fight a war. The two animals stopped in front of me in the middle of the path. We came here to teach the cub, said the wolf. She smelled of ash and tears. I couldn't believe what I saw. It made no sense. I felt as if my brain was short-circuiting, trying to interpret signals not meant for human senses. My eyes told me there was a wolf staring at me, but when I looked at it, I felt ash on my tongue. I heard a mourning howl, so deep it reverberated in my brains, and I smelled fire. FunCat64 says, hell yeah, so down to be werewolf sisters. Yeah, well, after this, I'm pretty convinced that being a werewolf sister would be awesome. And when it talked, it was like the rustling of leaves formed words in my mind. They wouldn't leave me alone. But hallucinations or not, they just wouldn't leave me alone. The weasel circled me. Before I knew it, I could feel small claws on my leg, then on my back, and then on my arm. It smelled of musk and electricity. And then it bit my ear. Why would it do that? Ow, I shouted. Why would you do that? To see how you react, obviously. The weasel's electronic voice echoed in my head. Enough, the wolf growled. Or at least that's what my brain decided to hear. I felt the weasel draw its breath. In the beginning there was Gaia, also known as Mother Earth, and she gave birth to a mighty breed of warriors, the weasel began. It sounded electronical, like a teenager reading a Wikipedia page over a voice chat. They were called Garu. That's werewolves in Werewolfish, and their sole purpose was to protect Gaia. They failed, wailed the wolf. There was danger everywhere, shrugged the wolf, when I looked at her for advice. When time began, Gaia released 3 primal forces upon the world. The Weaver, the World, and the Worm, the weasel continued. The world was an untamed force of life and creation. The cold, ruthless Weaver gave structure to the world, and the Worm destroyed what needed to be destroyed, creating balance. So were werewolves creatures of the Weavers? I asked, enforcing order? They were Gaia's children, the wolf snarled, born to herd and contain animals. So what went wrong? I can see that something went wrong, smiled Riley. The Weaver grew too ambitious and trapped the worm with its lifeless web, the weasel answered. Confined and denied, the worm went slowly insane. Now Gaia is dying, choked by the weaver and eaten alive by the worm, wailed the wolf. And you must sometimes fight the weaver, it said with a sad voice, but usually you can reason with its servants. Then it turned and led the way, took us to the barrows. The barrows looked just as I remembered them, but somehow calmer, warm, and welcoming. Cornell kneeled near one of the mounds, put his hand on it, and whispered a few words. I saw the ground open slowly, like a mouth in the earth. I sighed. Let's do this. We put the body in the hole. We took the severed head and the body I'd wrapped up in seats and put them in the hole. It closed slowly, and I could swear I heard the trees nearby sigh in anticipation. The wolf howled, and I could feel the hair on my hands rise. Welcome to your new life. The talking white weasel grinned. We have something else to show you. I had so many questions, I finally dared to ask them. Finally, I had a moment alone with Cornell. There were some things I wanted to discuss with him. How do you know Olga? I asked. She was in my pack back in Berlin. And for a moment, we fought the worm together. He shook his head. But then we lost the battle, and she went back to Poland. Olga really wants to do good, I said. Yes, she does, Cornell agreed. She leads the sept as well as she can, but sometimes I think she just wants revenge, not to solve the problems. Sometimes I pushed. Sometimes I wonder whether she isn't perhaps tainted by the worm. He sighed and fell silent. Enough talking, the weasel grinned. We have so much to do. Oh shit, I got a vision quest. You are a cub, and so you have special privileges, said the weasel. Pushka will grant you a vision. You must see to understand, said the wolf. Think carefully before you choose what to see. I'm gonna look at the present. I always like to look at the present in my actual life. Think about where I am and try to resonate everything. I know I said I'm not going to insert too much of my own beliefs into the game, point blank, but I just feel like some presentism is needed in this moment, considering so much going on. I don't really care about my family, about my past, and my destiny is going to be whatever it happens to be. The ever-changing paths. It was hard to find the den, although I knew where it was. I felt the pushka playing with me, twisting paths, blocking my ways, with bushes and dead trees, then suddenly opening a new path that was straight, full of sunshine. I decided to make my own way. Since the change, I had become acutely aware of how my body worked, and I remembered what humans were good at: running. Stubborn, relentless, long-distance running. Not as fast as a deer, not as nimble as a wolf, but steady and without rest. So I ran. And then I was there, an old den hidden in the roots of a crooked pine. I crouched and looked into the hole. A sudden gust of wind brought with it the almost imperceptible smell of wolf cubs. I lay down under the tree and closed my eyes. The wind rustles through the leaves, and the air smells of sweet dew and greenery. The sun shines on me. I close my eyes and extend my hand and feel my fingers dip into the thickness of the grass that covers the earth. I am the grass, it whispers to me. I cover everything. A bird flies over the forest. The trees move their branches like green, undulating waves over an endless ocean. The trees that are eaten by bugs, they desiccate and die. Humans cut down the trees, but the bugs continue to thrive anyway. The forest tries to heal itself, but nobody notices the sickness. Humans turn the forest into a desert. I can feel the forest breathing, long, deep inhales and exhales, and I can feel every living creature breathing together with it. Look again, they said. It will change nothing, said the ash-gray wolf. You must act. So I look again. I see trees. I see trees that are eaten by bugs. And I see foresters. I see foresters cleaning and festering wounds in the forest to help it heal. I see a man sitting motionless against the tree trunk. A little squirrel walking down to him, curious. I have seen enough, I say. Humans influence the forest in many ways. I'm ready to pass judgment. I am the forest, the world says to me. Let me work. I think I understand what the forest wants from me. The world is one all-encompassing organism, and it can heal itself. It just needs help to keep the sickness at bay. A man opens his hand. There's an acorn there. A squirrel grabs it and runs away. I see a little girl laughing, delighted when she sees it. I opened my eyes, and I saw the wolf looking at me. Come with me. This is what the Pushka wants, she said to me. There is no one else to be my cub. Come to me, child. I will nurse you and lick your wounds. We will kill together. We will feast. We will be merry. The forest will grow. Oh, this is a wolf talking to me. I thought it was a little girl. I looked at her, and perhaps for the first time, I saw her for who she was. Her pelt was marred with fire. Her eyes were smoking embers. Ash was falling from her heavy flanks. She looked old, ancient, sad, and alone. She was the very idea of mourning made flesh, driven by a feeling of loss so profound that it burned everything in its wake. She was more than that. She was more than just one wolf, but a combined memory of all wolves who lost their cubs, their kin, their brothers and sisters, since humans came to Pushka. At least, that is what I thought when I looked at her. The wolf mother looked at me and something in her eyes made me realize she was trying to tell me what the Pushka wanted from me. Join me, she pleaded. Only you can understand. Only you. I went to her and she accepted me. And I accepted myself. And I finally understood who I was. The wind howled. The trees shook their branches. And the humans looked at the forest in terror. A lone howl pierced the silence like a single ray of moonlight in the darkness. Then there was another one, and then another, and then another. A choir of voices, triumphant and joyful. When I opened my eyes, I was in a clearing. Around me there were wolves, huge, monstrous wolves, howling at the moon. The pain was overwhelming. My spine cracked and twisted. My knees and ankles broke, and I fell on the ground. My jaw shattered and rearranged itself. My whole skin was on fire, rippling and sprouting fur. I howled in agony. When I rose, panting and spitting blood, I was Hispo, with strong paws, mighty jaws, and a mane of fur. More than a wolf, scary and monstrous. Instinctively I changed and joined the choir. My voice was unsteady at first, but soon I found my own note, a unique addition to the chorus. Well, hello there, Cornell smiled at me. And welcome to the Sept. Okay, just so you know, I said slowly, I have no idea what a sept is. For a werewolf, the pack is family, Cornell explained, and an alliance of packs united in a common goal is a sept. I realized that there must have been at least 2 packs here. Young and black wolf changed into Pat, and Kim and Cornell joined her moments later. We are the Winter Weasel Pack, said Kim. A white shadow settled on Pat's shoulder. I smelled musk and electricity. 3 of the monstrous wolves changed. Olga and Lisa stood up, humans looking again. Their clothes rumpled. A yellow-eyed wolf by their side turned out to be Daniel. We are the pack of the mourning wolf mother, said Olga. They smelled of ash and tears, and for a moment I saw the wolf spirit among them. We are all Gaia soldiers, said Cornell, and that we have no choice, but we can choose whom we fight alongside. Well, that prepares up a good question. If there's a war, I asked, who's winning? At the moment, the worm. The world is reeked of decay and burning oil. Mother Earth is sick, dying, and we are doing our best to protect her. Do I have to join a pack? I asked, just to be sure. No, Garo can survive on their own, Cornell said with sympathy. Your old human life is over, but we will never abandon you. One cat says, time to join the Ring of Gaia. Yeah, it definitely seems so. It looks like I'm going to be untwisting oil drills from the earth or some shit like that, and like crawling inside the middle of the magma of the core of the planet and like bursting out my defiance towards all of the gears of man. Very exciting times, it seems. I have so many questions. I shook my head. What about the spirits? I asked. How does that work? The world can cast a shadow, and we call it the Umbra, said Lisa. And in the shadow, every living creature, every emotion and idea, every important object exists as a spirit. That's all you need to know at the moment. Why did I hear the moon whispering to me? I asked. Luna gave us a rage. That is why she's important, Olga said. And that's why you'll never be able to touch silver again. You're from all over Europe, I noticed. Is that like a standard for a sept? I didn't even know if that was a stupid question or a smart one. I looked at Cornell. It is far from standard, but desperate times make for strange bedfellows. He smiled sadly. Normally, a sept is dominated by one tribe, maybe two. And there are definitely a dozen tribes, Daniel interrupted. And I hope, Maya, that you will choose yours wisely. So if I get this all right, I've been conscripted into an ancient war against the worm, I said, slowly trying to put it all together. The moon gave me rage as a weapon, but I must avoid silver. There's a whole secret world of spirits, I continued. To join a pack and choose a tribe. Exactly, Lisa nodded. As for the tribe, there are two people who could mentor you now. One is the Black Furries, and the other, or the Black Furies, I should say, and an ancient tribe of women warriors. And Cornell is from the Children of Gaia, and he's more of a peace and harmony guy. I want to join the Black Furies. I mean, I've always considered myself a feminist, so... I hesitated. Olga nodded. Well, I can work with that, she said. I thought it was a good time to talk to her for a while. The Black Furies, said Olga patiently, is my tribe. Gaia is a woman, right? I didn't see how it was relevant, and Olga wasn't interested in my response anyway. She can't be anything else. She's a mother, after all, she finished her thought. They say the tribe comes from ancient Greece, where a patron is Pegasus, and it accepts only women. I'd never been to Greece. I'd been to Lesbos and visited Delphi. Very picturesque ruins. Not much else now. Olga shrugged and went back to the topic. Pegasus is a creature of the wild, a thing of pure nature, Olga explained. Despises men because they try to master everything wild. I get that sentiment, I said with passion. The other tribes say that there were only about We care only about half of the population. Well, the other half takes care of themselves pretty nicely. So yeah, I stand up for my sisters. Someone has to. I'm trying to suss out if this tribe might be transphobic or not, but I can't tell yet. And the morning wolf mother, I asked Olga. Oh, she took a deep breath. The patron waited for us here. I mean, she found us when we came here, Lisa and I. Is she a good patron? I asked. She knows the forest like no one else. We have to keep her on a tight leash, if you know what I mean. She shot me a sideways glance. She can be fierce, but sometimes she demands just too much. So how did you, what a brilliant conversationalist I was. A werewolf. Oh, well. Olga ran her hand through her hair. I was born here, you know? I always knew I was different. You always knew you were a werewolf? I asked. I always knew I liked girls, silly. She shook her head and continued. So I went to study in Warsaw. For a moment, everything was fine. I met that really nice girl. I felt there was a but coming and held my breath. We went partying one night and 3 dudes attacked us. When I came round, they were lying on the ground with their guts ripped out. My girlfriend was nowhere to be seen. As if being a lesbian wasn't complicated enough. And then, I was curious, what had happened next? And then, I was a brilliant student. Got all those Erasmus scholarships. Traveled across Europe. Worked for all the NGOs possible. Burned out. Decided to come home. So how did you and Cornell meet? I asked. Olga sighed. We met in Berlin. Fought the worm together. We were made in the same pack. It fell apart. We made many mistakes back then. So have you decided? Olga answered. I wanted to learn more about the tribes and find out an option that would really resonate with who I was. Let's see what Kim is up to. Kim told me a lot about bone gnawers, urban werewolves fighting for the disadvantaged and the marginalized, children of the rat. Do you really have a rat as a patron? Do you really have a rat as a tribe patron? I asked. Sure we do, Kim answered. It's a very good patron. Resilient. You want to be a rat, always managing, always afloat. And this shit here, she gestured around, this shit comes from prejudice, and from exclusion, and from greed. Take greed and prejudice away, and 90% of the world's problems are solved. They sighed heavily. Now tell it to the other Guru, and they look down on you because you were a bone gnawer. They think that you were superior. Prejudice everywhere. If I asked Daniel if I could join his tribe, but he didn't understand the question. I'm a red talon, he said, as if it explained everything. What are the red talons? I asked Daniel. It's the tribe of the Garu who were born as wolves, Daniel explained. We usually don't mix with others, and we kill humans. But since I'm the only one here, I decided it was better to join the rest. It's better to have a pack than to be alone, I said. He nodded. There is always strength in numbers. I protect my folk better than when there are more werewolves around. Your folk? Wolves. Thanks. I asked Lisa about her tribe. She inherited her Siberic legacy from her Burirot grandfather. She said I didn't know the proper legends, custom, and culture to join. How did you become a werewolf? I asked Lisa. My grandpa soon saw that I had the soul of a wolf and started teaching me about the spirit world. She looked at me with her violet eyes. The time was right. He guided me through the change. My grandpa was telling me stories, but I forgot most of them. I forgot how he looked. You remember more than you realize, Lisa said. How else would you know the high tongue? So, Siberuk? I mean, you're from Siberia? I hesitated and Lisa smirked. But the tribe name reminded me of something. Yes, Siberuk. She pronounced it differently, so it sounded like a Polish word. Why are you saying it that way? I asked. I thought the word was Russian. In Russian, it means something from Siberia, but in Polish, it has its own very specific meaning, Lisa explained. It's a word for political prisoners exiled to Siberia, and there were tens of thousands of them. Which meaning do you identify with? The Polish or the Russian? Lisa smiled. My tribe names both of my legacies. My granny was a political exile, and my grandpa was a Siberian indigenous. I use it because it speaks the truth. What about the mourning wolf mother? I asked. She is mighty and powerful. There is a deep respect on Lisa's voice. Tell me more, I asked. She is old, very old. We don't know when she first appeared here. I think she is the avatar of the forest. The avatar, I asked. An emanation, an embodiment. Like, she actually is the Pushka, you know? She's powerful, she knows stuff. And she is really... Lisa halted, looking for words. She knows how to find her way to people's heads. Lisa looked at me for a moment, deciding what to say next. I respect her, but sometimes I think she gets into Olga's head too much. Olga lets her in, and the wolf pushes. And I don't know, maybe it's the right way to do things now? I decided to keep my conversations about the wolf mother to myself. I won't push the Polish question. I don't know if that's... I don't know if I accidentally just said something, like, really terrible there. By the Polish question, I just meant the thing that popped up on screen. But I had a moment of self-cringing, realizing that Poland was one of the most occupied forces by the Nazi after I said that. So I apologize if that came off a little insensitive. Thanks. That's all we need to know at the moment. I'll talk with Pat. Pat was a glass walker. Her tribe was finding its niche on cutting-edge technological cityscapes among the strands of the weaver's nest. It sounded interesting, intriguing. We talked for a while. What was she doing in the forest? So you're basically a city dweller, I observed. All glass walkers are. It's our natural habitat. I feel quite out of place in the forest. That got my interest. Is it a tribe thing, I asked, interested. That's what it is, she nodded. We use the weaver to fight the worm, and the forest is not the weaver's domain, and I happen to be quite fond of humanity. They have great potential. I wouldn't take you for a werewolf, you know, I said to Pat. Why? Because you look mostly harmless, I admitted. She shrugged. I am. And I didn't expect to turn into a werewolf either. I was a student, happy with my tablet and coding, and then, boom, I was a Garu. How did you meet Cornell? I was curious. I was in his first pack. We were both hanging out with the hacktivist crowd back then. When things went south and he disappeared, I found him. You said the things went south, I pressed on. What happened exactly? Our pack was decimated strictly because we were following Cornell's plan, said Pat. What? Are you sure that's what happened? What you've heard. We trusted him and he didn't have all of the ends covered. She sighed. You know, he was stunning. He makes a great impression. The first, the fifth, the 10th as well, but he's not a leader, if you know what I mean. I didn't know how to answer. Well, a true leader puts his pack first, and himself second. And Cornell makes great first impressions. Finally, I stopped asking. I had to think over what I learned. But I didn't want to talk anymore. But I was too exhausted to bug them with personal questions. There were a lot of werewolves there. One thing is bugging me, I said. Why is there so many of you here? Suddenly everyone in the Boaviska is a werewolf, or what? You know nothing, cub, Olga laughs bitterly. A mere century ago there were dozens of packs in the forest. But none of the old guard survived the 90s. Lisa shook her head. We have to start from scratch. Until you showed up, there was only 6 of us. The 3 of us, not even local, Cornell pointed out. 2 packs too small for their own good. Anyway, before you're admitted to a tribe, you need to prove yourself. Prove myself? Hadn't I proved myself enough already? Oh, cool! We're going to a rite of passage. I have no willpower left. That was a great idea on my part. You went through your first change, Pat said. She was leaning on a tree nearby. And you know everything you need to know at the moment. You have to go through the rite of passage. Daniel rubbed against my flank, excited. A vision quest, Kim winked at me. Since we don't have time for tests, you need to solve a real problem, Olga stepped in. Namely, we want you to find a way of ending this logging problem, Cornell said gently. So, how would you like to do it? They all looked at me in anticipation. Took my time, enjoying the moment. My body was buzzing with energy, ready to shift on the slightest sign of danger. My mind was clear. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. We need to find the source of the corruption, I decided. When we eradicate the cause, the symptoms will go away. Never mind the loggers, Kim made a dismissive gesture with their hands. We have to inspire the protesters. You are all blind. The ignorance is our most powerful, and ignore our most powerful ally. Lisa rolled her eyes. There are so many spirits in the Pushka, and we should talk to them. Continued with my plan. There must be someone responsible for the shit in Boiska here at the local level, I continued. I want to have a talk with them. Cornell bared his teeth in a predatory smile. I know exactly who you should talk to. Daniel beamed. Spoken like a true philodox. You were born under a half moon, weren't you, Mia? How did he know? I looked at him surprised. How did he know? Mom always told me that when she gave birth to me, the half moon was shining through the window, reminding her that this too shall pass. You were right. You're right, I nodded. How did you know? Garu born under the half moon are judges and truth seekers, said Cornell. Just like you and me. A worthy philodox is honor personified, added Lisa. All right. Olga must have sensed my confusion. Come on, we have a lot to discuss, she patted my shoulder. And we have to find your phone and wallet. So I followed her. I nodded and followed her. I had to tie up loose ends in my old life. I'm sitting on a bus. The sun streaming through the window is making it hard to see. The narrow road cuts through a dense old forest. I remember doing something important. Walking among the trees. Looking for something. Losing something I loved. Gaining something unwanted. But then I'm fully awake. The memories scatter away. We're almost there, said Anya. I did some searching. She looked at me from over her phone. This place is amazing. The last primordial forest in Europe. I laugh. Anya, you're such an adorable dork. I was not able to finish. I started to cough. I spit blood. My throat is sore. My lungs hurt. Anya, I need help. Anya, I turned to her. She looks at me, worried. You should drink something. Here. She pulls a bottle from her backpack and gives it to me. I take a sip. I feel something dry and acrid in my mouth. And then it starts to move. Spiders. I spit it out and see thousands of small spiders leaving my mouth. Threads of silk cover me, the seat, and everything around us. I fight. Try to fight them, but they're too small and there are too many of them. After a few seconds, I'm covered in cobwebs, unable to move. Then then slowly, a long, dark, bloody shape comes out of Anya's eye socket, pushing the eye out. A black snake that reeks of rotten meat, acid, and oil. Don't fight, Mia. You're already mine, it says. Just like your grandpa. And then it kisses me. We have 2 chapters left. I'm gonna go get some more water and I'll be right back. I feel like finishing this tonight. If that means you all have to leave because I know it's 3 hours in, feel free. But I'd rather close this as soon as I can rather than leaving it open and unfinished. So I'll be right back. I woke up in my bed in the B&B and for a moment thought the whole werewolf business had been a dream. Then I heard a startled breath, looked up, and saw Anya, looking at me with wide eyes. What happened? Where are you? She asked. I was scared shitless. And what with you sneaking in through the window in the middle of the night, naked? She raised her eyebrow. I did some crazy things back home, but I've never partied that hard. Yeah, I got startled by a stray dog on my way back, panicked, shapeshifted, and ruined my clothes again. There was so much to talk about. I didn't know where to start. I'm alright. Sorry for disappearing so suddenly, I said. Because what else could I say? I got lost in the forest. Technically, that part wasn't a lie. And then I stumbled on the activists and I kind of got carried away. Are you alright? I asked. I was worried about you. Yeah, said Anya, scratching her head. After we were separated in the forest, I got lost and somehow ended up here. She was telling me what she thought was true. She had no recollection of seeing werewolves. So Pat was right. The human mind couldn't cope with seeing a Krenos. And when the delirium ended, the subconsciousness patched the holes in their memory with something rational. But how are you feeling? Asked Anya. I packed my bag in silence. I felt a rift growing between me and Anya. I felt a sudden urge to tell her everything. I told her the truth. I was a Geru and I had a duty to protect the veil, hiding us from mortal eyes. I couldn't tell her the truth. I thought I said I could. But I could tell her something. I learned something important about myself, I said, and I had to follow it for a while. Sorry for the sudden change of plan. I sighed and continued packing. So, are you leaving? asked Anya. What about the forest? I didn't know how to answer. I shrugged. Whatever the answer was, it was now Mia the werewolf's problems. Mia the student was dead. I'll be in touch, Anya hugged me. You'll figure it out. I sighed, took my bag, and left. Everything according to plan. I dropped my bags at the camp and ran through the plan one more time. They expected me to act like a philodox. We also discussed other plans, both more sophisticated. I might be a philiodox. With Olga's pack's loyal connections and Cornell's pack's technological wizardry, we followed the money and found out who was paying the loggers, security guards. Behind all the ideology and politics, it was all just business. They were cutting down trees because somebody was paying them to do it. We decided to stop the money flowing. After a few days of stakeouts and preparations, we identified our target and we were ready to move. We started with a kidnapping. We let him out in the middle of the forest. I let Cornell take the lead. Cornell yanked the bag off the man's face. I lifted a flashlight and shined it in his eyes, so he couldn't see us. The man reeked of fear and something dark and oily. I knew him, and it was going to be a problem, because the man behind the local logging industry was Bartek's father. But it didn't matter. But our personal connections didn't matter. That night, I wasn't a person, but a philodox. Gaius Justice. The man whimpered and shielded his eyes. It was time to deliver my message. Stay away from the forest, I was blunt, or I'll kill you and feed your carcass to the wolves. He almost shat his pants. I could smell it, but he decided to play the tough guy. Fuck off, you bitch, he yelled. I'm going to make your life a fucking misery. Just you wait. I know the chief of police. I know MPs. You won't get away with this. Who do you think you are? Oh, I'll show you who I am, I said quietly. I felt Cornell tense by my side, but he said nothing, just watched. Pain hits me like a wrecking ball. Every bone in my body breaks and moves and resets. I roar in agony. Panting and growling, I rise and rise and rise. I'm an 8-foot tall killing machine. I feel the rage washing over me like a wave of heat. I expand in every direction. I yell at the top of my lungs. Cornell screams something, but I can't hear him over the blood thumping in my ears. I know the chief of police is the bootlegger equivalent of, my dad works at Nintendo. Yeah, that's true, especially because they're like, the chief of police is usually an elected position, and so usually that shit kind of like cycles out every like 3 to 4 years. It depends. I mean, sometimes they can hold that position down for quite a while. But, I mean, if you've... Like, that shit just doesn't really work. Like, the chief of police is, like, the laziest member of the fucking police. Like, they don't they're not gonna help you. Like they're just it's just a free like money flow for the chief of police. I am the rage of the forest. The man reeks of the worm. I hit him with all the forest fury. And again, and again. I raise my hand and will myself to stop. The body reset itself into a familiar shape. Bones broke and fused again. Muscles and sinews moved under my skin. I cried and thrashed. Then I was human again, with keen eyes, nimble fingers, and a silver tongue. A wolf in sheep's clothing. It's you, he looked me in the eye. Tell Bartek I'm sorry. He spat blood and stopped moving. And then he was only a maimed, broken, bloody sack of bones. Without him, the local logging business would come grinding to a halt. For a while, at least. That was quick. That went quick. I left him in the middle of the forest and never looked back. Oh shit, I killed him. Whatever. I couldn't wait for the SEP meeting that morning. Punishing the local lobbyists was my rite of passage, and they knew I did great. I was unstoppable. We met soon after sunrise, the same clearing where I woke up for the first time as a Geru. Lisa looked at all of us and smiled. Our patrons were looking at her expectantly, so she stepped towards the center of the clearing. I am the urge of the sept. I am here to make sure we do things the right way. She turned to me and I held my breath. Man, come forth. Are you a cub who seeks recognition as an adult? I am, I answered solemnly. Are you an applicant to a tribe? I am. Who speaks for the cub? Lisa looked at her septmates. I do. Cornell stepped forward. I am the blind prophet of the children of Gaia, Philodox of the winter weasel pack. I observed the cub in her mission, and I am here to tell the story. I guess they all had secret werewolf names. It made sense. A new life demanded a new name. Would I also have to take a new name? Has the cub passed her challenge? Asked Lisa. I knew how it all happened, but I held my breath nevertheless. She succeeded, was the answer. The challenge was hard, and she overcame it. Have you chosen your name? Lisa turned to me. My new secret name. Suddenly I remembered my grandfather talking about his old friends. He never used their real names. They were always Thunder or Gray or Needle. I always thought it was a guerrilla thing. Some kind of war names. And now I wasn't so sure anymore. How to capture my whole life, my aspirations, my personality, my heritage in one name. I cleared my throat. My new name is Mist, I answered, thinking of the fog of the Valkyries from the Norse legends. Choosing a tribe was another matter. After getting to know all of them better, I decided to become a bone gnawer. Kim agreed to mentor me. Only one thing remained to end the ceremony and make me a full-pledged Garu. I had to join a pact. I had already sworn to the Wolf Mother, and my fate had already tied with the Wolf Mother. I chose her as my patron and joined Olga's pack, and so it was done. According to ancient rites, Lisa painted the mystical glyph of my tribe on my sternum. It disappeared after a moment. But whenever I closed my eyes, I could feel its warm touch between my breasts. Mist of the bone gnars, Philodox of the morning wolf pack. Welcome to our sept, she said solemnly. They sang about the ancient laws of war, status, and secrecy. I remembered only a few. I combat the worm whenever it dwells and wherever it bleeds. Submit to those of higher station. Respect those beneath you. The veil shall not be lifted. I threw my head back and howled with my sept. I was a cub no more. I was ready to tell my own stories, to earn my own place in the pack, to howl my own songs. It was one of those blistering summer days when the asphalt melts, the grass withers, and the air smothers those brave enough to step outside. Despite the heat, it felt like the whole village was at the funeral. I felt cornered. I stood there, surrounded by sweaty bodies, looking at the rosaries they clutched in their fists. There was nowhere to run. The local counselor had been dead in the forest. Bartak, as his only son, stood beside the coffin, pale and dressed in a black suit. There'd been more deaths over the last days, but they slipped under the radar. We'd been careful in covering our tracks, or nobody had connected the dots yet. Did they die because they deserved it? Did they happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, the company of someone who couldn't hold her temper? Was that justice or yet another sin demanding to be avenged? I could feel the tension seething around me. This death, this funeral, had pushed the community, already weary and frightened by the recent disappearances in the forest, to the edge. The press had swarmed to the funeral like flies. They were reporting about how the illegal logging was a danger to both the ecosystem and human lives. The police had cordoned off the funeral. They were aggressively searching and detaining any activists they noticed. Suddenly, Pushka Bałowajska had been politically charged in the hottest place to be in Poland. It wasn't only local politicians and activists from both sides who caught wind of the commotion. The Minister of Environment himself had driven to Bałowajska to attend the funeral. He was standing next to the priest conducting the ceremony, surrounded by police and what looked like to be a handful of bodyguards. The coffin went down. The crowd stirred. Everyone started lining up to throw a handful of dust on the coffin or put the flowers on the grave. I got swept by the crowd and found myself face to face with Bartek. I said my condolences and he grabbed my arm. It was not an accident, he said. Someone killed my father and I will find them. Good luck looking for the killer, I said, and be careful. Bartek looked me in the eyes. Funny thing, it's like everything went to hell as soon as you all came here. He looked over his shoulder at the crowd. It was clear that many people felt the same way he did. The minister knew how to use that sentiment. I watched in disbelief as the priest handed him the mic. After 30 seconds of listening to that pompous ass, I thought I could vomit. He spoke at length about the Polish economy, the importance of the free market, and the liberty of the people who make money from what God had given them to reign over the earth. Judging by the reactions, it was exactly what the crowd wanted to hear. I realized the conflict was only going to escalate. A big part, it was our doing, but it was too late to back down. What he didn't know was that the local loggers weren't being paid anymore. We planned to use their anger against the government. We were ready to defend ourselves. It was high noon and the sun was the most merciless, and the air smelled of herbs, bark, and tree sap. Insects buzzed lazily in the high grass, stunned by the summer sun. The day was stifling as we set up the protest. The whole clearing was decorated with banners. We all had our placards. Wood is the enemy of the forest was our main slogan, but there were many more. Make the whole Pushka a national park, demanded my sign. It was a viable solution. I thought. The whole Pushka could be protected, and people could still earn money on tourists. There were so many of us. People kept coming to the camp, asking questions, looking for ways to help. Student activists, even Greenpeace, with banners reading "Stop Logging" and "Respect EU Law." We weren't the only ones in the clearing. A group of local citizens, their banners reading "Foresters save tree from woodworm" and "Forestry equals jobs," were trying to get the attention of the media. The Pushka was watching us. Every time a gust of wind was bringing a wet smell to the forest to my nostril, I felt her strong, steadfast presence. She knew that we were doing everything in our power to save her. I could feel the immense presence of the forest, whose life was a myriad of smaller lives interconnected into one superorganism. And then it looked at us and them and smiled bitterly, because I realized that both sides of the conflict saw the others as the sickness, themselves the cure. The pressure was almost palpable. The tempers were flaring. Everyone knows what to do, Olga asked, looking at my pack. I'll keep the security guards occupied, nodded Lisa. I'll guard the Pushka's perimeter, growled Daniel. The weasels were in their position among the protesters, as agreed. That left the cops to me. I kept my eyes on them. I'll keep my eyes on the cops, I said, and we'll make sure the activists are safe. Yeah, that's the plan, Olga nodded with a bitter expression. The cops were gathering in increasing numbers. I noticed some SWAT teams joining. It's apparent they were waiting for something, and it reached a boiling point. Ah, shit, we're about to get kettled. I should have picked the first option. It reached a boiling point when the minister arrived for a photo op. we could use that. I took it as a good sign. We could use his presence to our advantage in more ways than one. I knew he was in for a nasty surprise. The reporters closed in on him, shouting uncomfortable questions about the legality of the logging and his forestry policy. In hindsight, you could argue that what happened next set a chain of events in motion that had life-changing consequences for many. No, I was wrong. It started thousands of years earlier, when the glaciers retreated, when a bird brought the first acorn to where Pushka now grew, when the forest the first humans decided to settle in the forest. The members of my sept had already moved to their positions, and I also had my part to play. I only have one option, unfortunately, here. With him at the scene, everything will get harder, I sighed, looking at the minister. The activists, humans, and werewolves alike listened as we told them what had happened. The atmosphere was tense. We prepared ourselves for the worst case scenario. Okay, let's move, I heard someone shout. Move it, people, move it. You know what to do. And they did, and there was a lot of laughter and friendly pushing, chains clinking. Some people darted up the trees to seat themselves on the branches. I was assigned to the human chain. I helped to form the human chain. Hey, I heard. Get those arms behind you. That's it, attaboy. It hurts, moans a man's voice. Next time, do some yoga before, huh? That's it, people. Open your hearts so you can hold your wrists behind your backs. So I locked my wrists. I threaded my arms around the arms of the people to my left and right and grabbed my wrists behind my back. It was tied on my shoulders, hot and very sweaty. We sat down, one long human chain, and watched the loggers and police as they approached, and then stopped. The sun shone, and it was calm, almost serene. It was useless. The minister looked at us with his dark, lifeless eyes. The police were regrouping and getting ready into formation. Their shields were ready. They were wearing masks. I could hear the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. Fuck, I spat. The tear gas canisters started to rain down on us. The police came through a smoke like a horde of demons, kicking and beating the protesters, sat on the ground, yanking them away and breaking the human chain. I felt a hand grab my shoulder and I acted on reflex. I sank my teeth into the flesh, my mouth filled with blood. The officer screamed. When the real fight began, the adrenaline kicked in and the world split into freeze frames. I have a theory that picking lupus might be smart here because I'm gonna go with the Hispo. My spine cracked and twisted. My knees and ankles broke, and I fell on the ground. My jaw shattered and rearranged itself. My skin was rippling and sprouting fur. I howled. When I rose, I was more wolf, scary and monstrous, with strong paws, mighty jaws, and a mane of fur. I saw a young man in work overalls staring at me with a terrified expression. An axe raised over his hands. Lunged at this motherfucker. I lunged at him, knocking the axe out of his hands, tackled him to the ground. When I closed my teeth on his throat, he fainted and lost interest. I cops were coming. I changed. I doubled down in pain. My arms and legs cracked and twisted. My skull's fractured and reset into a different shape. My fragments of bones crawling under the skin. My skin was rippling and sprouting fur. I hauled in agony. The pain subsided. I was Lupus, a wolf, seeing the world in smells and sounds. I attacked them. My teeth bared. They managed a few blows with their batons, but soon they were all lying on the ground, groaning. Alright, the SWAT team's gonna get this fucking... They're gonna get Krenosed. Fuck the SWAT. I spasm as my bones grow and reset. Claws break out from my fingers, and fangs sprout from my mouth. I taste blood. I roar in pain as muscles move under my skin. I grow. I'm an 8-foot-tall killing machine. Their faces grim behind their visors. Where a SWAT team approaches in full riot gear. Their faces grim behind their visors. Their guns ready to pepper us with rubber bullets. I heal. I look at the wall of shields closing in on me. The humans are not running. I stop, confused. And this short break is enough for my wounds to heal. I hurl myself at the enemy. They fight back. They hurt me, but I hurt them more. I look around at the battlefield. It's not good. The police are pushing forward and the protesters are retreating. I must turn the tide. All hope of a photo op is lost. The Minister of Environment makes a break for his car. He reeks of fear and greed, and I realize he's almost convinced himself that he's saving Pushka, that he's serving his country, that all the checks from lobbyists are just a blessing for his hard work. I'm fed up with the overthinking. I am Gaia's justice. It's time to pass judgment. Oh damn, I wish I could kill him. I start running. The bodyguards chase with their guns. The bullets hurt. Bullets puncture my body and it hurts, but I don't stop until I reach him. He looks at me, drooling and crying for help. I bite his hand off. I grab his right arm, look him straight in the eyes, and bite his hand off. Suddenly I realize that I'm still bleeding, that my wounds aren't healing anymore. There's pain and darkness. I lay there on the ground, my face buried in the grass. Blood was gushing from my wounds. The more I tried to use my hands to stop the bleeding, the more it seemed to flow. I coughed, got bubbles of blood and air coming from my mouth. What is it? Was this how it was all going to end? On the grass? In an ancient forest? In a place I'd never seen? Among people I didn't really know? I remembered. We'd come home to a conclusion. A fragile armistice that would stop the logging and save the forest. The forest was safe. The forest was safe for now. There was hope. There was always hope. I briefly wondered what had happened to the others. Then I closed my eyes. Your story is almost over. This may be a good time to take a last look at your character sheet. Okay. Yeah, this is about, everything that I remember anyway. The grass will heal all wounds. It will cover everything, I thought. No matter how high we pile the bodies, if we let her work, no one will remember the carnage. It will grow in my bones, and my body will become a mound in the forest. There is a bird's nest full of eggs. The nest is sitting snugly, the eye socket of a skull, padded with the fluff from a werewolf's belly hair. The bird looks around and then catches a worm. The forest whispers into the bird, whispers into the eggs, tells the story of the cycle of death that brings rebirth. The forest is satisfied. It covers all. Come, child, I hear a voice, and felt a warm, wet touch on my cheek. Come. Was it worth it? I rolled on my back and opened my eyes for the last time. The night sky above me was filled with a gigantic wolf made of stars. She had the moon between her eyes. I licked my face again. Come, she said. And I went. You have finished The Heart of Darkness. Cubs, gather around the fire and listen to the story of Mia Barodish, known among the Garu as Mist of the Bone Gnawers, Philodox of the Morning Wolf Mother Pack. Her judgments were always honorable. Mia died fighting for the Pushka. Remember her in your songs. While her death was not in vain, the Pushka was safe, at least for a while. The first protests against the logging of the Bilwizka forest took place in 2016. The game was loosely inspired by those events. All characters and events depicted in this game are entirely fictional. Yay! I got some rounds of applause. This is a very silly picture here for the ending, though. Yeah, this is definitely, this is something for sure. This little art here. The two eyeballs, like... It looks like the art for a, what the hell is the name of that band? Satanic Cult Porno Ritual, something like that. It looks like a album art for that band. I gotta click the fucking thing every time here. What the hell is a financial controller? What the hell? Never even heard that before. I'm glad I pushed through with it. I was a little worried that the last two chapters were going to be very long, but they weren't that long. I kind of wish I had killed that guy at the end, but that was on me for not holding on to any of my willpower before the final fight, which was highly telegraphed. I just thought that I was going to pick up at least one more willpower during it. I would go back and play this game again at some point, but just on my own, just to see how much the options change. But I'm pretty convinced that they change quite a bit. I had wished that I got to know some of the characters a little more. I do think it's kind of an interesting way to develop it, where you don't really get to know everybody, in one go through. But at the same time, I like being fairly informed when I'm about to, do like some big, political event. Like my character came in, started having these really strong opinions, and then only learned from a random press character about how it was going to change. I kind of just wish that, like, I had picked I don't know if I had picked a different option, but if they had telegraphed more of the, like, what was going on outside of it just being like a press person's kind of like lore dump. I feel like enough of the other people were activists well enough in the town that I could have just had one of them walk up to me and it would have been completely in character. So I don't think I really got as much character development appreciation as I wish I did. I like how much, like, my own character was developed, and the rage system is really satisfying to read and function through. It's always hard to talk about these games in the wake of Disco Elysium, which came out later after this game. In the sense that that game also has a great system for, like, how your character responds to things, but it's more psychological. Yeah, I like that the hashtag here is werewolf hot F. I clicked on it like a dumbass. Thank God it didn't throw anything up on the screen just now. Anyway, I would be interested in playing this again. I remember the last time I played it, I was hanging out with the punk chick, or with the punk NB almost immediately, and beat up a bunch of people in a random bar. So from that perception, I had a very different experience of how much I was going to be interacting with the characters. I also really like how they installed the whole, like, here's what your options are, because, these are the choices you picked before that point. I also kind of wish that I became a glass, the little glass group or something. Like, I knew I was never going to go with the full-on feminist route, because it kind of gave me too much of, like, a second wave vibe for my comfort. In the specific sense of, like, it felt like it was a male versus female thing, and I wasn't quite getting down with that, so I picked the marginalized group. But a lot of the people I know in real life, like, I live in the city, so, like, a lot of the people I know in the area are very much about that, like, that urban, like, using the weapons against the enemy sort of thing, like, using their own weapons against them. And I think that would have been much more of a cool approach to the ending there. I would have liked to go more of that hacktivist route. But I made the choices I did, and I'm pretty happy with it. That was pretty fun. I think it was just about as long as it needed to be, too. So it was fun going through this. I will definitely pick a less wordy game for the next stream. I'm glad I was able to get some reading practice in. And I'm glad that everybody came to hang out. And everybody who's watching later, hello. A lot of watchers, you weren't ignored. You're much loved. Anybody who's ever got any feedback, like in terms of the audio, or any other thoughts they have with how something could be improved, feel free to leave your suggestions below. I always read all the comments. I might not respond to all the comments, just as is true with the live streams, because honestly, it is just not really that good of a practice to just respond to everybody. But I always love reading and hearing what everybody has to say, and I'm glad I was able to present this to y'all. I hope my performance was decent enough, and everybody has a nice night. I assume you're watching this at night. If you're watching this in the day, that was kind of a silly idea because this is a game about being a werewolf and fucking people up in the middle of the night. But you're free to make your own decisions in the world. You know, you can have ice cream before breakfast. I'm not gonna care, right? So anyway, that was fun. It was nice hanging out, and bye everyone.